touched your own mouth. Mirror, mirror, who do you see? If everything's broken, what does that make me? Oh, 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 oh. All the bells call home. Oh, 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 oh.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And it is my special pleasure to be back here at NeosCon and welcome you all to the first talk at our studio stage. I always look forward to the talks we have, obviously, from our community, but as a long-term community member, you also want to hear from outside the community, obviously. It's always interesting to get perspectives from the outside into our community here. Therefore, our organizational team struggles every year to find external speakers that are interested in coming here and talking to us. And so with that, I am very happy to introduce our first external speaker, origami master extraordinaire, not faced by any technical issues that might arise during the talk, head of developer relations at Mitwald, Martin Helmich.
All right, thank you so much, Christian. Can I get my presenter notes on the monitor? Still seeing Christian's notes. Hello, my name is Martin. Nice to see you all. In the past, I've opened talks like this, talking about my job and what I do, and I thought this time around I'd switch it up and maybe open with a maybe a little lesser known fact about myself, which is that for the past 5 years, I've been building up my own woodworking shop in my home. This is my most recent project. Probably it takes a little bit of imagination to see it, but that's eventually going to become a desk. Over there in the back, you can see the tabletop, and in the front, that's what's going to become the legs. And actually, I took this photo when I started preparing this session. I took these photos last weekend, so that is the finished product. I'm particularly proud of these mitered half-lap joints. So I'm particularly proud of that. And obviously, that is not what I'm supposed to be talking about at all. It's supposed to be talking about AI. But there's a point that I want to make. So please give me 5 more minutes and stay with me, because I'm seeing some parallels over there. But what fascinates me about woodworking is how old that craft actually is. So people have been building stuff out of wood since, I think earliest evidence goes back 400,000 years. Please let that number sink in. Or pause for dramatic effect. So please let that number sink in. This is a mural from the grave of an Egyptian dude who lived like 3,300 years ago. And I want you to pay attention to that saw he's using, because you can still buy that exact same saw today. Obviously, we have better materials, we have better manufacturing quality, but in principle, that is a panel saw that you still use today for specific kinds of rip cuts through wood, which is exactly what he's doing over there. So, millennia, same tool. Obviously, that's only half of the truth, because if we're looking at how carpentry has changed over the millennia, which is weird at an IT conference talking about how a craft has changed over centuries, which is all very new and uncommon for us. Obviously, carpentry has seen so many technological disruptions. There was metalworking, there was the steam machine, there was electricity. Now there's a big online debate if you can still consider yourself a woodworker if you're using CNC machines, which is like a whole new discussion. And In truth, you seldomly use hand tools like this anymore. Like, if you're doing modern woodworking, most of the cuts you're going to be doing are probably being done with a tool like this, modern track saw or a table saw or any kind of power tool. And this is also how I got into the hobby. All these hand tools, they take lots of years of practice and repetition, and to be actually able to use them precisely to get the precision in results that you want. And modern power tools make this very, very easy. So basically, and I don't have any kind of formal training in carpentry whatsoever. So basically, just a bit of YouTube, and let's get going. So you might see what kind of parallel I'm drawing here, because I basically just bought a bunch of expensive tools that allowed me to get quick results in a craft that I had no idea how to do it at all. And modern tools make it very, very easy to get precise results very quickly without ever having learned the long way of how to use all these hand tools and so on. That's one part. And obviously, I think we can see a parallel to how AI is changing our craft. But what's also important is there are still things you need to know. Even if you're using power tools in woodworking, you still need to, first of all, you need to know what to build. No one can take that away from you. And you also need to know the foundations of how the material that you're working with actually behaves. You need to know about wood movement, how wood expands and shrinks with the seasons. And if you don't consider that, you're going to end up with a table that might look like this. So there's still human knowledge involved, which you also need to know about when you're using power tools. And this is the parallel that I'm going to be drawing. And obviously, carpentry has changed immensely over the past 1,000 years. We've seen industrialization, because who's still able to afford, like a hand-built dining table from a carpenter for, 20,000 euros? For most people, that's once in a lifetime purchase, if at all. So that obviously has changed. Most people just buy the furniture from IKEA or whatnot. But it still gives me a little bit of confidence and comfort and hope that maybe my profession isn't going just, disappear completely, but there's still some essence of it that will remain for me as a human to do. So that was my intro. Now let's talk about AI. Why am I talking about AI? I've been working with different kind of AI integrations, especially in the CMS bubble for, I think, most part of the last year. This is a photo that I took in, I think, last July. This was the first NVIDIA graphics card that entered the Midwell data center. This was not even a year ago, and a few months ago we already took it out of production again because it's already outdated again, which opens up a whole new host of possible questions you could ask about how sustainable that entire business is at all, but I'm not going to go too much into that. My point is that offering AI services put me into contact with a lot of developers from all kinds of different CMS systems and the agency business, and I get the privilege to see what these people are building using AI. And that's what I'm going to be framing this talk about. And I thought, because this is a NEOS conference, let's start by having a look what's happening in other parts of the world. Because I've also spent a lot of time with Drupal AI. I'm a WordPress plugin author nowadays, which, if anyone considers that as a secondary career, can recommend. I'm involved in the Typo3 community. So let's have a look at what all these different kind of CMS projects have in common and what challenges they face when it comes to AI. This is a screenshot that I took from any random WordPress plugin. Don't even remember the name, don't remember what it does. If you look in the WordPress plugin directory, there is more than 1,000 plugins that are tagged with AI. More than 1,000. And this is a random one of them. And each one of these 1,000 plugins ships with its own setting screen that looks more or less like this. And if you install 5 of them, you get 5 of these different setting screens. And obviously, what as an infrastructure provider bugs me is, well, all right, you can choose your AI vendor, and this is of course a little bit self-serving, but obviously it bugs me that Midwald customers can't select, Midwald as an AI provider in there. But this is also suboptimal for the users of these plugins, because if you have, I don't know, 5 different AI plugins, you have 5 different AI vendor connections that you need to configure. Maybe they don't even all support the same vendors, so maybe you even have to go to different vendors to get the AI features that you need. This is obviously a UX nightmare. This is also a pain for developers, because developers have to, I don't know, ship connectors to all these different AI providers and maintain them all. And that is actually, I chose WordPress as an example, but that is a common problem that all CMS projects have. So this is gonna get a little bit technical. So I'm using an example, a synthetic CMS, which I've chosen to call Drupal Press 3. And what we're seeing is, in all of these CMS communities, we have a plugin ecosystem that tends to move faster than the CMS core itself. We had 1,000 WordPress AI plugins before any kind of AI feature entered the WordPress core. Typo 3, same thing. Joomla, same thing. Neos, same thing. And I think this is normal, because the CMS cores tend to move very deliberately, because they have to, whatever they build, they need to support for a long time. I think Typo 3 release, the support cycle is, I think, 8 or 9 years. So whatever they're building now, they still need to support in 2035 or whatever. So they're moving very deliberately on that. And obviously, there's a solution strategy to solve this problem. So what I've seen many CMS projects doing is moving all that provider integration features into the CMS core, which is what Drupal has been doing for years, which WordPress has been doing since WordPress 7, which Typo 3 aimed to do with Typo 3 version 14, but they didn't make the feature freeze deadline, so guess we'll see each other in another 18 months. So basically, the strategy is for the CMS to provide a built-in abstraction layer over all these AI APIs, so that plugin or module or extension authors or whatever you're going to call it have a unified interface to program against, which makes it easier for plugin authors, because there's only one interface to develop your AI extension against, which also makes it better for users, because users can choose a single AI provider, configure that connection once, and then stop thinking about it, and all plugins just use that configured connection. And obviously, also makes it easier for me as a provider, because I don't have to knock on the door of 1,000 plugin authors and kindly ask them, would you please add Midwald as an AI provider? And then they're going to tell me no, because they don't know who I am. Now I can just provide a single WordPress plugin, a single Drupal plugin to offer this connectivity and make AI connectivity easier for the users. This is a screencast from the Drupal backend. I'll just quickly see how they've chosen to solve it, where you basically have a setting screen where you can set up different AI providers, and then have a set of different AI tools that you can use that all build on that common interface. Those are often simple things like image classification or integration into the editor for text generations, or guardrails to protect user data or so. This same thing, WordPress backend. Any Drupal or WordPress users here, by the way? Please raise your hand, don't be ashamed. Just want to know on how many toes I'm stepping. WordPress, same thing. They have that central settings screen, and then they're calling it AI experiments that you can enable, which is also a very important thing to note, that all of these AI API integrations, those are developer features. Because if you're looking on LinkedIn and everyone's saying, oh, WordPress is finally gone AI native, and now we finally have AI in WordPress. No, you don't. It's a developer feature. It's an API that you can use to build your plugin on. So hold your horses, LinkedIn. But then again, this is a sensible first step to, bring at least some semblance of order to that settings screen's chaos that I showed earlier. This is a screenshot from Joomla. Joomla also have AI plugins that do all this. Please change the tone of voice for that particular section of text thingy. Typo3 has chosen a different solution strategy because Drupal and WordPress basically have done their own thing. They basically reinvented the whole AI API abstraction layer entirely for themselves. And they can because they have big developer communities who actually have the capacity to do that. And the Typo3 project decided to join forces with the Symfony project, and the result of that was the Symfony AI plugin, which of course also benefits the larger PHP ecosystem as a whole. So any kind of CMS project that builds or uses Symfony could potentially also use this integration. And Symfony AI also does a lot of standardization. It also follows the same architectural pattern, where you have, they're calling it different AI platforms, where you can basically have your own composer package that hooks into Symfony AI and handles all that provider-specific glue code to talk to whichever provider's API. So same architecture as we've seen before. They also offer standardized interfaces to build your own AI agents. We're going to get to those in a minute. And also, like the basic stuff, chat interfaces, abstraction over OpenAI's chat API, abstraction over vector stores if you want to build a RAG system. I think there's also a talk about vector search later today. That is all abstracted away by Symfony AI. Now there's one thing that I'd like to talk about which may be contentious. So if you have a different opinion about that, please come find me afterwards. And we can discuss it over a coffee or a beer this evening. Many of these features that we're seeing are, like basic text generation and text editing capabilities. And what I'm thinking is, my operating system also already does that. So if I just want to, change the tone of voice of this section or so, macOS already does that, Windows already does that. So what's the point of? My question was, what is the point of having these basic text editing functionalities rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt for each CMS if it's become commoditized by your operating system anyway? Especially considering the fact that, I don't know about you guys, but every time I'm talking to editors or also CMS integrators, I'm learning that most of content generation and authoring doesn't happen within the CMS anyway. I'm seeing nodding in the room. I think the pinnacle of irony is, if I want to publish an article on typo3.org, please let that sink in, on typo3.org, I write that in a Google Doc. I author that in a Google Doc and then hand it off to the typo3.org content team for them to just basically proofread it and then copy-paste it into some Typo3 backend. And if content authoring, well, to be fair, it's called content management system and not content authoring system, so it's all fair. But if content authoring isn't done in the CMS, why do we need all these fancy content generation AI plugins? So my hypothesis is, and this is the contentious part, is that all these that many of these content generation features, I think they might turn out to be a dead end. But if you have a different opinion on that, please let's talk afterwards. I'd be interested to hear that. This is the general trend that I'm seeing regarding AI integrations into CMS. In the last year, we've seen lots of these simple and easy Gen AI integrations into CMS. You know, generate an image for blah, 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 generate a text for whatever. Please generate alt text for these thousands of images, which is a whole another issue, which I could have a separate talk about, if that makes sense or not. And I think what has more potential is if you're looking into the direction of agentic AI and see how the CMS, different CMS projects can integrate themselves into agentic environment. Just a quick recap what I mean by that. If we're talking about agentic AI, we're typically talking about AI systems that implement complex workflows, complex chains of thoughts, which also can, divide labor among themselves, and which can call tools autonomously. So Robert in his keynote already talked about MCP a bit, so you probably have a sense of where I'm going with this. But there's also other solutions. For example, Drupal AI has its own completely separate AI agent framework built within the Drupal core, which they, for example, use for content modeling. They have a content type agent, and you can chat with that content type agent to support you in content modeling, which is also a very neat feature, I think. Depending on which model you use, some tend to ask more questions back to you than others, and maybe you want that, maybe not. And then you can follow the chain of thought of that agent. You can see which tools it called. For example, the Drupal content type agent has a tool, create a content type, well, obviously. And what's also nice about all these Drupal AI agents is that they can call each other as tools. So one agent may come to the decision to delegate one task to another agent, which allows you to implement really complex agentic workflows within the CMS itself. But then again, next contentious opinion, and again, you're welcome to question me on that, is that actually the right way? Does it make sense to talk about should you integrate your AI into your CMS? Also, what we've also seen over the last few years is where those built-in AI assistant where you had an AI chat window inside your application to help you with, I don't know, stuff. Should we talk about bringing AI into your CMS, or should we have a look at it the other way around, like maybe rather integrating your CMS into the AI assistant or AI agent that you're maybe already using? And depending on which CMS you're using, which interfaces you're using, that may look differently. I had a look at the Drupal content type agent, and I had a thought about how you could implement the same thing with Neos. And my thing was that Neos, in my opinion, actually has a very good starting position in that, because if you're looking at content modeling in Neos, it's all just YAML files. It's all code. It's all you define node types. Those are just code files in your file system. So I tried content modeling using, a plain old coding agent. And turns out that actually works quite well. This is an example using OpenCode. I've grown to like OpenCode because it's open source and you can use it with any kind of AI model that you want. And I've had mixed results with that because you have to find an AI model that actually knows how Neos content types work. But then again, you also can kind of try to correct against that by adding skills to your AI agent where you explain how content types work and make it smarter that way. And that actually gives really good results if you instruct it correctly, and then we're just back to basic prompt engineering. And if that's not enough, then, well, Robert already mentioned MCP in its keynote, so you probably guessed where I'd be going with that. Just a quick recap for anyone who's not familiar with the protocol. It's basically a protocol where you can make tool calling from any kind of application available to your AI agent. And I also did some experiment with the Neos MCP server from Kaufmann Digital. And I was wondering, can we use that to, I don't know, maybe bootstrap a complete site with content structure and so on. So I installed that and just prompted it to initialize my site structure for, I don't know, random company. Which is basically the same thing that all these AI site builders build your site from one prompt products are doing that are sprouting out of thin air right now. And I've also had good results with that. Which is also like a caveat when doing MCP, because that Neos MCP server, I think it exposes only like 2 or 3 tools, which is find node and create node. So you're basically relying on your AI model to figure out on its own what to do with those 2 tool calls. But then again, that is also something that you can counteract by just instructing it using prompting, using skills, and make it better that way. In this example, you can also see that on occasion the AI agent just decides to just use the Neos CLI instead to see what node types are available and so. And yeah, well, turns out that actually produced a more or less usable site. It didn't know about dimensions, so I only got the English version, and there was a German dimension configured, and the agent just ignored that entirely. But I think that also could be fixed with prompting. So we're basically able to tackle CMS automation from 2 sides. We can tackle the integrator side, content modeling, and everything that you need to be doing as a developer or as an integrator. And we can also tackle the editor side of it. And I think this is also an interesting perspective for, I don't know how many agencies I've talked with who've made some kind of business model out of, oh, my customer has to call me if they want to have a heading changed somewhere, and then I bill them 3 hours of work for that, which, I don't know, kind of defeats the point of having a CMS in the first place, but apparently some agencies have made a business model out of that. And I think having AI agents doing the same thing could possibly present a danger to that kind of business model, or make it less sustainable for agencies. So that's possibly something to need to be aware of. So to wrap it up, each and every CMS project has basically some kind of MCP initiative, be it first party in the core, be it third party by an extension. They're all calling it a little bit differently. Drupal is calling it, what Drupal is calling tools, WordPress is calling abilities, but still it's the same thing, just in a different shade of blue. Then I have been talking about MCP a lot. There's already buzz about MCP being on its way out of the door again, because all of these standards are moving so incredibly fast. So next thing supposedly is the Universal Tool Calling Protocol, or short UTCP, which is not cause for any kind of confusion at all if you're familiar with network protocols or so. So we'll see what's going to happen in that area. There's already buzz about protocols like A2AP, agent-to-agent protocol, for AI agents to coordinate with each other. And the question that remains is, how does this change how we interact with our systems? And again, the provocative question would be, do we still even need a backend for a CMS if people are just using AI agents to do everything? My guess on that question would be yes, for most things. But the simple please change your heading on page blah 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 use case without wanting to bother how to use the UX, the UI of my CMS. Maybe AI agents will just do all that for us in the future. That also made me think about all these AI website builders. I was at a WordPress conference a few months ago. I got the impressions that the WordPress folks are in a full-on panic mode because they have all these build your website from a single prompt products cropping up, which is more or less, and I think WordPress sees themselves as the first victim of those. But we can have that too with open source tools, because if we put everything, all the agentic integrations that we've just looked at together, we're really not that far from that same build me a website from a single prompt experience, just by cobbling a few MCP servers together. I forgot to adjust this slide. This is a Typo 3 specific slide. I apologize for that. Please don't hurt me. I want to come back. But we have the same options with Neos, right? Just cobble whatever MCP servers and whatever agentic skills we need together, and we can have that same prompt discussion experience that you have with all these commercial website builder products. We can also have that in our own open source ecosystems if we wanted. So yeah, basically that's the same thing. Trying to tie the knot back to my woodworking experience. It may look scary, but if we embrace all that, I think we can make it our own and make it work with open source. How much time do I have left? 12 minutes. Okay, gonna be. Might need to skip a few slides. What's important for me? Obviously, this is a little bit of self-serving. Gonna make that final twist to everyone's writing digital sovereignty on the product data sheet, and all these standardized interfaces that we've been talking about are also a big part of digital sovereignty. So whenever I'm looking at any kind of AI-heavy software that I'm using, I'm always looking for this one setting where I can change the API endpoint that I'm talking to, which in most cases will probably default to openai.com, and I see if I can change it to any other value, to a European vendor, or to maybe I'm just running the whole thing by myself on my own machine. Someone I know just told me that they've just invested into a maxed out Mac Studio to just run everything on their own machine, and then I nearly got a heart attack when I learned how expensive these things have gotten, like $12,000 or whatever. But then again, you've paid for 512 gigs of RAM, so you can also use 512 gigs of RAM. And this kind of API flexibility is also a big part of what affords you digital sovereignty. Because I think if we're talking about digital sovereignty, there's one thing that many people might get wrong. Because if you're looking at all these marketing slides and every vendor who advertises themselves as, oh, we are digitally sovereign, I got the impression many people are interpreting digital sovereignty as we're deciding not being dependent on a US vendor any longer, and so we're going to get dependent on a European vendor. That is not digital sovereignty, right? You're just as dependent as you were before, just to a different kind of vendor. Real digital sovereignty is if you can choose and change your vendor whenever you feel like it, whenever you, I don't know, decide for geopolitical reasons, or because you decide you don't like their particular shade of corporate blue that they're using in their logo, go somewhere else. And all of these standardizations that we've talked about, all these standardized interfaces, the de facto API standard that OpenAI has created, those are a big part of that, because those open interfaces afford us just that. So I named this talk AI is Eating Your CMS, and probably I should have been naming it Why AI is Not Eating All of Your CMS, because obviously we could open the foundational discussion of is CMS dead, which I've heard too often to get into now. CMS has been dying for, I don't know, 10 years and it's still alive. Just like PHP has been dying since over 15 years and it's still around. You know, in German, ne? Totgesagte leben länger. I don't know how to translate that into idiomatic English. Yeah. So I think it's obvious that we're still going to be needing CMS in the future. But I think there are maybe, take all of this with a grain of salt. This is personal opinion. Don't quote me too authoritatively on that. I think what we're maybe going to be seeing less of in the future is, you know, all these basic AI features in CMS, content generation, and I've already talked about why I think that's a dead end. I also don't know what future these built-in AI assistants have, because obviously networked agents that cooperate with each other maybe have more potential. And probably what we're also going to be seeing less of is, you know, these basic coding tasks, you know, glue code to integrate one system with another, or build me an HTML template or a Fluid template that does blah, because coding agents have gotten really good at that. But what I think where CMS is still going to be strong is if we're talking about the whole agentic experience of how AI agents interact with our platforms, which is also what Robert talked about earlier this morning. I've also had that same interesting conversation with Tom Cranston about machine experience, about how machines perceive our websites. So that is a whole new area of work that we're opening up for ourselves on that. And also, which is not so much talked about, is how we can use CMSs to establish content trust. How can we decide which content that we're delivering to users is trustful? How to provide provenance, so to provide an audit trail on who authored what particular piece of content to verify authenticity and whatnot. That's not talked so much about right now, but I think that question is going to become bigger. And of course, CMS platforms also still help, you know, provide all kind of content governance as to who gets to edit what and who edited what at which point in time, and that's not going to go away. And this is also a part of what's still yours, or still ours as humans, as developers, as editors. So maybe we're using AI assistance on that, but if we're talking about things like, you know, governance, orchestrating agents across different systems, or, you know, just basic content modeling. I've shown you we can use AI to assist with that, but the ultimate judging factor in that is still going to be you, because you have a customer, and you probably have a customer who values interacting with a human and having someone on the other side who understands what you're talking about as a customer. So I think there's still a big human factor in that. Right. Again, take it with a grain of salt. That's personal opinion. Happy to discuss it further. This is me, this is my contact, this is my, I don't know where that QR code is going, no, that's not my LinkedIn. You're going to find me online if you have any questions. I'm still around for the entire 2 days, so if you disagree with any of the contentious hypotheses I've put out there, please grab me tonight, have a beer with me, and tell me where I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for this inspiring talk. I think we all got interesting experiences and perspectives from that. We actually have one question.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Damn, it's a personal opinion question.
Ooh.
Oh. So
I can answer whatever I want and can't be wrong.
Exactly. Do you think a CMS should provide a Swiss Army knife API for AI, or multiple dedicated ones for specific tasks, or just a framework for developing custom integrations for a specific project?
Ooh. Well, the typical consultant answer to that would be, it depends. Which is, I know, is a cheap answer, which I'm just giving to buy myself some time to think about it. But I think it actually depends on the kind of project that you want to be implementing, because I'm also seeing like a whole different kind of spectrum of projects that are built with CMS projects. You have, like the small end of projects where you require a high degree of standardization, where every hour that you put into it is 1 hour too much. So I think these kind of projects benefit from standardized APIs. And then you have, those big enterprise and platform transformation projects where, money is not an object, where you have a high degree of customization. And I think on that end of the spectrum, you're going to be talking about individual and custom-built solutions that integrate probably into very specific agentic workflows that specific customer has. So I don't know if that's an answer to the question, but
it depends.
It
I think
depends.
that makes sense.
TLDR, it depends.
We have another question by this time. Is it true that the lifespan of an NVIDIA graphics card under full load in a data center is approximately a year?
I wouldn't know, actually. Most of our cards are younger than that. And I'm not a hardware expert. That just led me into to take that one photo. But I'm not a data center expert. Ask me again in a few months. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Thank you. Have another applause for Martin. And this is your present. Our wonderful little bags and the towel.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you. The next one, maybe, I guess. Don't forget to rate the talk, obviously. And we will have a short break, reconfigure for our next speakers. And exactly, we see you at 12 for NEOS in Action with the two projects, Klosterfrau and BAG.
to my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in the play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it If I was just a stranger, another unfamiliar face to you. If I had only remained nameless, I wouldn't have to see it like this. If I was just like
Hello, hello. Come on in, join us here on the studio stage for the first round of talks for our new format that we call NEOS in Action. As most of you said, you've been coming to NEOS conference for a couple of times now, only a few first-timers. You probably know that we're always looking for ways to showcase the NEOS Award nominees, and that we've been trying to improve that over the years. So this year we came up with a new format. We call it NEOS in Action, and the first two presentations we are going to see today. The first one will be from Karen Funk from Marktplatz, and she's going to talk about their project, Website Builder The Base. And I'm very much looking forward to that. So please welcome on stage Karen Funk.
Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting us, for inviting me to speak here a little bit about our project, The Base. I'm here with my colleague Benjamin, sitting over there. Wave, please. Yeah, from Marktplatz Design and Software, a company situated in the very beautiful city of Lüneburg in the north of Germany. Like was just said, I'm a first-timer at the NEOS conference overall, and it's also my first time speaking at a conference. Benjamin is a veteran of the NEOS conference, Fourth time, fifth time. Yeah. So this is the first time for me. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited to present our project to you, to the people in the room who just heard the previous talk. I don't have any fun facts about me like woodworking, unfortunately. But one thing that came to mind was I was talking to my boyfriend on the phone yesterday while preparing the talk, and he asked me whether I have colored pens to prepare my note cards. He's in the manual trade. And I said, no, I have it on my phone, and he didn't like that. And he thought that was risky. So if my phone started working, or I scroll the wrong way, or the screen turns off, I would hate to tell him that he was right. So I hope this works out. Yeah, so thanks again, so let's dive in. We developed a project we called The Base in cooperation with Pines Multimedia, an agency situated in Hamburg, who have worked with the Klosterfrau Healthcare Group for many, many years. So they were the perfect partner for this. So we managed the technical side of things, basically, and they managed the design and the editing mostly. So Klosterfrau Healthcare Group, they have around 70 websites, 30-plus brands with over 200 products. So we thought, how could we make this more manageable? And we thought we would try to achieve the goal and present ourselves with the challenge of creating one unified code base. Because we used to have individual installations for these websites, individual NEOS installations with different NEOS versions, different package versions, different module versions, and maintaining that just became a hardship for us on the technical side, but also for the designers and the editors, of course. And any attempts at updating or trying to optimize was basically just putting a Band-Aid on the larger issue. So what is the base? It's our chance at providing consistency to developers and editors alike, to, of course, make Klosterfrau's marketing agency happy with improved performance and search engine optimization, and to make the sites easier to maintain for us with a centralized updating mechanism, and to scale to and cater to the smaller brands and the larger brands, which Klosterfrau has, and of course provides quick security updates, fixes, if necessary, in one global rollout. So already we are much faster at setting up and launching the brand sites. And the sites are much more cost efficient for Klosterfrau, which is always important. And we have central configurations and modules that can be used across all sites, that are the same across all sites, with different variants, and can, of course, be expanded upon in terms of sustainability and longevity. So why did we use NEOS for this? Obviously, to incorporate our own expertise and the expertise of Pines Multimedia, but also to build upon the existent network and the existing system of NEOS sites in its different versions, and also the occasional old WordPress site that Klosterfrau has that we have now swapped to NEOS sites as well. But of course, for NEOS, advantages like scalability, content modeling, for the framework, for the fact that it's open source, and of course for the inspector, which is at the heart of the base. I will come back to this in a little bit. So let me show you how this works. Here we have some example brands. The global company site, klosterfrau.com. We have a German brand, we have an Austrian brand, and we have a Swiss brand. They all have the same base, pun very much intended, with the same modules, same variables, but they still look quite different. So we don't have to give up the brand identity, the individuality of each brand in order to unify the code base. And that was the main factor here. So I just said the inspector is at the heart of this project. Now, in this website builder, it has around 250 CSS variables, spanning colors, typography, spacing, buttons, animations, and more. And so now it's possible for the designer to create the website in Neos directly from scratch without an added step of Adobe XD or a program like Figma if they want to skip this step. And editors don't have to request design changes anymore, they can just make them. So in the homepage configuration, we have, first of all, the fonts. The editors can choose from system fonts, they can choose from licensed fonts, from free-to-use Google fonts that are pre-installed, depending on the brand identity. It's all already right there. The same goes for colors, for the UI elements like buttons and links, the hover effects, backgrounds, and more. So the corporate design is still there. So we still have the individuality, we still have, the corporate design can still be catered to because the corporate design often hasn't changed. In the same place, editors can also choose border radius per element type, they can choose animation types, they can use, choose spacing options for margins, paddings, page folds, button variants, headline variants. All of this is in the same place and on the homepage configuration. And of course, we have this for images as well. So can be chosen per breakpoint, with automatic resizing, with auto conversion to a file format that performs better. And there are, of course, options for search engine optimization and accessibility features as well, which is very important. So beyond this setup of the inspector, we have also established a central content hub. This central content hub shares product information across all sites. So this can be images, it's brand logos, it's icons, legal notices, privacy policy text, all the reused content that is used by editors across all sites is in one central hub. It's much more manageable for the editor to change content in one place instead of on 70 sites in the worst case. So it makes it easier for the editors to maintain these elements. And if lawyers have legal change requests, which happens for Klosterfrau occasionally, this can be updated all at once. Yeah, so what this has brought us is a system that is allows for quick and central updates and is consistent across all its modules. So you recognize it if you go into a different brand site, it's always the same configuration. Includes many configuration options without unnecessary code. So no individual modules anymore, but flexible variants. And it can already be set up pre-designed process. So our main takeaways from this are that it works to have one code base, but still maintain the individuality of brands, which was the key important factor. That the few flexible modules we have with variants are better than custom modules that have to be maintained. That we wanted to create a system that empowers the editor and not just the developer, and we achieved this. And that the global rollouts make for much easier maintenance if we can just update all at once. So thank you for listening, and I hope this has given you just a very, very brief insight into this project and why it's special for us. And if you have any questions, feel free. If they are very technical, I might have to hand off to my colleague, but yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Karen, and congratulations on your first talk on this
Thank
stage. That was great. There are a few questions, and we do have some time, so I will relay them to you. With all these options that the editors have, does the site break often due to someone misconfiguring something?
Actually, no, because the important factor here is that the editor is not the customer, it's not the client in this case, but our partner agency. So the editors are also designers. They understand the system. They have created the system with us together, so they understand it. They know what they're doing. And so it's only authorized editors basically. It's not a customer, it's not the client who does the configuration. So that helps a lot.
There's another question. Do you know what the biggest challenge was that you were able to solve with Neos? And that's why Neos was the perfect choice for this project?
Ooh, good question.
Or maybe if you know, you can jump in.
Yeah, maybe.
The overall package is just a great CMS, right?
The modularity helps, so that is, that does help. But also the expertise in the system from not just us, but also our partner.
Do you know which Neos version it's running on? It's 8 or 9?
It's 8. It's 8.3.
All right, so you're looking forward to a nice update sometime.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you know how long it takes for someone to create a new component and make sure it works with the design system across all the many different pages and all the options?
So we have predetermined components. That was the basis for a list that our partner, they designed the components and the variants and defined, okay, we need this node type, this node type, this node type. So we don't really create new components. It's basically remixing the existing ones.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
And is there something special you do to ensure that updates you do work across all the websites and there's no bugs hidden in, page number 52 on the second menu somewhere?
We did come across this, that we rolled something out for sites and then tested them out, and it didn't. In one use case, it didn't work out. It threw a bug, but we do have test stages as well. And when we recently rolled out, I say recently, but when we rolled out the Content Hub, because that was such a huge part of it, we did it in increments of like 5 sites, not because it was easier for us, but because our partner had to go through the page and check and change everything and see that it works. So that's what we do sometimes, to do it in increments if it's a larger rollout.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much for showcasing this, and good luck for the Neos Awards tonight.
Thank you.
To Marktplatz. And now, for the second talk in this round of Neos in Action, it's my pleasure to welcome on the stage Michael Löw from Jung von Matek, Switzerland, and he's going to present the BAG. What does that stand for?
That's the Swiss Health Ministry. It's the Bundesamt für Gesundheit oder Bundesministerium für Gesundheit.
All right, so give a warm round of applause for Michael.
regarding the naming, apparently it's tradition at our company to mess up the name of our clients. Stefan can tell a little story about that if you want to ask him about something being Bundesamt or not. Now, I can't tell you anything about this, unfortunately. I mean, I could do some PowerPoint karaoke, but you probably wouldn't like that. Which is fine, because I just realized that there is no slide on this that tells you my name. Hi, I'm Michel. I've been a dev at Jungformattech for the past 3 years, I think. And there's my slide. Yes, so I actually got into this project a little after it had already started, but I've had my hands deep in the architectural part that I'm going to be talking about, so I somewhat know what I'm talking about. If I say wrong things, Stefan will probably correct me afterwards in a very detailed one-on-one reporting. Okay, what I want to tell you about is the Swiss Public Vaccination Information Platform. That's a handful. You can find this at impfen-schweiz.ch, and it's basically the central communication tool for the Swiss Health Ministry to communicate vaccination recommendations and vaccination plans. And now I need to figure out how this thing works. It does not, which is very, very sad, because I do have more slides, I promise. There we go. The story kind of starts sometime around early 2020. I don't know if anyone remembers what happened in the early months of 2020. We had a little issue with a little bug, let's call it that, that kind of turned the understanding of what vaccinations mean worldwide upside down. And that resulted in a lot of Swiss agencies trying to come up with ways to inform the public about vaccinations, and this led to a very fragmented landscape. So there is public entities, there is non-profit organizations, there's for-profit organizations, and all they do is try to inform you what you should be vaccinated against and when. And then there is the central Impfplan for the year that is provided by the Bundesamt, which is this lovely thing on the left. That's a 50-page PDF that tells you what vaccinations you should get. And we at Jungformattech were tasked with sort of cleaning this thing up, because they wanted to find a uniform way to communicate vaccination information to the public. We started this in early 2024, I think, and it's still ongoing, it's still being worked on, it's still being developed, mostly because coming up with actual content for this thing is really difficult, because there's a lot of things that needs to be taken into consideration, because the information needs to be reliable, it needs to be as up-to-date as possible, and it needs to be trustworthy at all times, because you, in this day and age, you cannot risk having even slightly outdated or wrong-ish information on your website regarding vaccinations. And so we took what was there before and we turned it into this. But how do we get from a very fractured landscape to a unified look like this that instills trust but still transports all the relevant information? Because this is not a simple campaign site. This is not, hey, we're going to put this up and it's going to be there for a couple of weeks and then we're going to take it down. This is meant to be the long-term health platform for the Swiss Public Ministry of Health. And it needs to be sustainable, it needs to be editable, and it needs to have a coherent visual language that transforms all those values. Also, because it's meant to be long-living, it needs to be easily editable. It needs to be manageable by staff that is not techies like us. It needs to be people that usually work in a ministry and have their other day-to-day jobs, but they need to be able to manage this information reliably. And so the challenge wasn't really just publishing content. It's not just putting out content. The challenge is the complexity of the content. So vaccines are very, very complicated. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of entities involved. There's a lot of information involved. And it needs to be treated as such. So it's not just about digitizing a PDF. And I would like to say this is the reason why we turned to Neos. This is the first time we heard about Neos, and we loved it so much that we used it. No, actually, we turned to Neos because we've been using it for years. We know how it works, and we know how to make it editor-friendly, and that's why we used it. But also, Neos happens to be really good at structuring complex content. And our main goal was to say, well, we have complexity. The stuff is complex, but it needs to be predictably complex. So it can't be all over the place. You need to know where you have to put the information and what way to make it available. And to make matters worse, maybe, or better for us because it was more work, the stuff is provided in 4 languages. It's provided in 2 language levels or reading comprehension levels because accessibility is mandated by law for public entities in Switzerland. So you need to make sure that your content is accessible. This means having like the stuff you know about, like ARIA tags and button descriptions and all that stuff, but it also needs to be provided in 2 different reading comprehension levels for each of those languages. And so what we ended up building is basically 4 different versions of everything. Because we have, for one, the general public. They get their information, like, I have a kid, she's 6, what vaccinations does she need? But then there is public healthcare providers or public healthcare professionals, and they run their general practice, and they need to know, okay, where can I find reliable information on vaccinations? And then there is the 2 reading levels. This is just a very basic example, but like, if this had more than 7 pixels, you could probably also read this. But like, there's a lot of text here, and there's very simple sentences here. This is what I was trying to transport. So there's multiple ways that we need to output the content that we allowed our editors to structure. And this also meant that modeling the domain, not just letting editors run wild, was very, very important. And this is by far the most complex part of the application. This is what this was all about. This is the vaccination plan. This is the entirety of the Swiss vaccination recommendation schedule. Still a great word. And what it does is it gives you all of the age groups that Swiss doctors think need certain vaccinations, all the vaccinations that you can get. There's combinated vaccines. There's annotations about that. And it was imperative that we got this right, because there could not be any misinformation there. There could not be any doubt about the information there. And so what we did was we didn't simply digitize a PDF. We could have just taken that document and, I don't know, transpiled it into Neos content elements and called it a day. What we did was we actually went ahead and modeled the domain of how is this information structured. And it all starts out like at the base level. There is an illness, a very prominent illness you might have heard about, and based on those vaccinations, we came up with an added structure. And all of these things are somewhat edited separately, but they're all based on one another. And so you create entities. You reference stuff, you all know this from Neos. You reference stuff and other stuff, and then that stuff references other stuff, and all of it kind of ends up together in one coherent piece of information that you can actually use. And in our case, this was, again, the basis was a vaccination. On top of the vaccination, you could create vaccines, because if you've ever been to a doctor, you don't get a single vaccination in one shot usually. There's multiples come together, but we needed to display this in the PDF thingy. So we needed to come up with vaccines. We needed to create data for certain age groups. That's what you saw in the basic plan. But there's also more groups. There's target groups, because our client also wanted to target, for example, pregnant women that need certain specific vaccinations that a non-pregnant man doesn't have to get. And from all of this data meshed together, we were able to automatically create plans for vaccination recommendations. That's the target group, like a pregnant woman, and the generalized vaccination plan. That is the overall goal that we wanted to achieve. And when we put this all together, we came up with this. So basically what you see on this slide is everything that you used to see in a 50-page PDF. It's got all, does this thing have a pointer? It does have a pointer. Love this. It's got all the vaccinations, those are like the single lines. It's got the combined vaccines, those are this is like a 5 shots in one combo bombo. This is just 2 pieces in one. There is interactive annotations. There is additional information on the type of vaccination that you're getting. There is further information because we need to prove that we're reliable, or our client needs to prove that they're reliable. They need to prove that their information is right, and they need to prove that not by saying this is right, but by actually showing it. And so there is a lot of cross-linking and cross-referencing happening across multiple languages that all need to be right. So this ginormous, by the way, filterable table provides all this information. It generates smart columns, it generates smart rows, it does dynamic legends, it does all of this just based on the content structure that we defined in Neos CMS. So in essence, and I think that's my 15 minutes, what we did was we did not digitize a PDF, that would have been stupid. What we did was we built a platform that is capable of evolving, and a platform that is capable of instilling trust in the public that we are the single source of truth for vaccination information in Switzerland. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. That was a really interesting project. I didn't see any questions yet in the app. Anyone want
That's
to
fine.
ask?
I'll be around for a couple more hours.
We do have some time. Anyone wants to ask a follow-up question to Michael?
I was wondering, what is the, probably there's still a different source of truth for all of this in the Bundesministerium or that, or is that now, where is the origin point where the relevant people input information first?
The source of truth is a committee of Swiss doctors that come up with a plan, and this plan is then finalized by the BAG, and they do maintain their own databases. So this is not the single piece that they maintain their information, but what they do is every piece of information that is changed in the recommendation is always visual in our platform. So this is the only public communication tool.
And there's a human step involved?
Yes. Yes.
And then I do have a follow-up.
This is the type of thing that you do not let AI do on its own. No, it's the editing is done manually in Neos.
It's a human API.
Yes. Her name is Jenny, and she's very nice.
Not AI.
No,
Okay.
I've met her.
Same question to you as I had for the other project. Is it a Neos 8 project?
Yes, it is.
You're also looking very much forward to
I'm
upgrading.
very much looking forward to updating this because it solves some of the issues that we have with making sure that the content is consistent across dimensions. Because such a thing as aggregate properties did not exist in Neos 8, which would have been awesome. So yeah, I'm actually looking forward to updating this project.
So however tonight goes. Next year, when you've upgraded, we probably need a category for the most awesome Neos 9 upgraded project to come around again. Okay, so good luck for tonight, for this project. Thank you very much, Michel, for this showcase. And I'm not sure if I do have slides from the presenters. I think I broke that. I do? That's good. That's fine. We do have a lunch break now, but before you run off, we will do the drone photo again this year, 1:30. We will meet in front of the main entrance this year, and we are going to try to form a heart shape, because we've done Neos and 9, I think we've done all of that. So this year it's going to be a heart. But until then, enjoy your lunch break, and then we will see each other again at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
Story shaking tight, it's been a day. Blood's been flowing strong since yesterday. Somewhere beneath these crippled thoughts, wondering how my pain has caused. Your pain didn't mean to share, and I've just been looking into that deep hole and stern. I'm here, don't take it away. I care, just tell me to stay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Weil wir werden jetzt auch 3 Mikrofone gleichzeitig vorne haben für diese nette Pedalrunde. Und wenn das sich ausgeht,
Dann wäre es nicht schlecht, wenn es funktioniert.
diese 2 nett und
Ja.
noch hier noch eins. Und
Das
einen
ist eins,
Anzünder würde ich
ja.
hinten lassen.
Echt?
Ja. Naja, ist ja schon ganz nett. Ich quatsch hier. Ich raschel hier ein bisschen rum. Ne? We are talking English and we're checking if there's any interference on the receiving end of
So klingt das viel besser. Schauen
And
wir
the
mal.
weird thing is that when we were testing earlier it was fine and then when the talk started
Leuten drin und nie Leuten drin kann halt
Genau.
Unterschied sein.
Ja.
Aber es ist halt Funk, alles ja analoger Funk.
weird.
Also sprich, wie immer in der IT,
Digi.
ohne Leute, ohne Nutzer geht es am besten.
Aber jetzt hast du ja schon irgendeinen Ruscheln. Red nochmal rein.
1, 2, 3, was? Hast du ein Rüsseln? Stimmt.
Das bin ich nicht.
Ja, das ist schon irgendwie Funk.
Da ist schon irgendeine Ruschel. Wir versuchen ja, we are trying to speak English. Ist es bei
Ja.
dir hauptsächlich?
Ich, keine Ahnung, könnte schon sein.
Wenn wir uns auch
Ja,
näher
so.
kommen, wird es dann noch unangenehmer. Ja, irgend so ein Ruscheln ist schon drauf. Ne?
Welcher?
Der hier? So, jetzt
Ich hab den aus.
haben wir kein Ruscheln mehr drauf. Jetzt tauschen wir dich mal. Ich. Ja?
Ja, das Problem ist quasi, dass der Erstordnung, Zweitordnung irgendwelche Neben... Aber vorhin waren es einfach nur die beiden...
Der heißt ja auch Free Solo.
Vorhin waren es die beiden... Jetzt,
Jetzt.
weil das andere war ja aus.
An, aus, an, aus, an, aus. An, aus, an, aus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ja,
Aber jetzt habe ich ihn ausgemacht. Und jetzt
jetzt wackel ich.
der andere.
Aber vorhin hatten wir das ja nur mit dem.
Der war doch gut.
Nee, vorhin.
Also den, ne? Kannst du den nochmal ausmachen? Jetzt dann bitte?
Das stimmt ziemlich eindeutig.
Ob es einer von den Empfängern ist? Ah, nee, aber.
Also Frequenzen können halt sein. Das ist ja
Du hast.
Gesungen, kommt hier auch von eins zu den. Ist es der gerade? Halt immer aus, oder?
Aus? Nee, war das aus?
84,425?
Das sehe ich nicht.
Bam, bam, bam. Also es ist ja sehr eindeutig, je nachdem, wie du ihn hältst, ne? And this is the weather channel on channel 11. Uhr machen die hier eine Panel Discussion rather than a presentation.
Das stimmt aber nicht.
Surprise!
Aber es ist schon krass, wie die Internetsteuer sind ein bisschen gültig.
Ja.
Dann muss vielleicht noch ausgeben, wie es
Mhm. Der Norbert war das, glaube ich.
Ja, hier steht noch.
Na klar, ein anderer. Super. Der hat gesagt, der ist aber auch mit da. Und die müssen sich dann alle das Handtuch teilen. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ja. Klingt doch schon mal besser.
Das hier war ja.
Na gut, das kommt aber mit diesem, von der Location kann das
Ich wollte gerade sagen, wenn ich gerade irgendwo.
Das ist aber nicht deiner, das ist ein anderer. 584, 100, das ist der ständig wechselt.
Haben wir nicht. Der ist aus.
Der ist auch aus gerade, ja, okay, ja, check, sag jetzt. Mach den nochmal an.
Den anderen Handsender?
Also jetzt sind die hier weiter weg sozusagen.
Genau, das ist 8400. Das ist 8400.
Ich bin 590, 91.
scheint aber okay. Na gut, das. Ja.
1997 hat Robert gesagt.
Was war 1997?
Da hat er seine Lehre angefangen zum Medien- und Bildgestalter. Was war das? Bild und Ton.
Ich hätte gesagt, 1995 war das Impulsjahr
Das CMS? CMS.
Ja, ja, das ist das Abfall. Ist ja längst nicht mehr so empfindlich jetzt. Achso, wir haben dann ja auch gleich 4.
Ja, genau.
Ich würde den 3 geben
Ja, ja.
und einen Handsender behalten wir hinten. Da ist schon Rauschen ordentlich drauf hier, ne?
Oder Feedback, das jetzt.
Das war 584,1, ne? Ja.
584. Ist es durch das Gain, wenn ich zu leise reinspreche, dass der dann. Nee.
Der regelt ja nicht hoch.
Der regelt nie hoch.
Das ist automatisch.
Hi. Sitzt du mit auf dem Panel?
Nein, aber um 14 Uhr, wir haben um 14 Uhr das Panel und ich wollte einmal fragen, ob ich meine Präsentation schon hier irgendwo abdampfen, droppen darf. Darf ich?
Für 14 Uhr?
14 bis 15 Uhr.
Mit deinem Laptop, den du dann schon hier lassen willst?
Ich kann auch die Datei abgeben.
Nee, lieber Laptop.
Lieber Laptop? Ja, dann können wir das auch.
Es würde auch 10 Minuten vorher reichen.
Ja, oder wir machen es dann so. Mir wurde nur gesagt, ihr wollt es gerne vorher haben, deswegen würde ich es einmal kurz vorher abklären.
Ne, 10 Minuten vorher wäre uns.
Ideal.
Dann machen wir jetzt gerade noch ein bisschen Toncheck, dass ihr dann hier euch in die Quere kommt und dann.
Sehr cool.
Machen wir das dann so.
Perfekt.
Die sind halt nie reserviert. Die Frequenzbänder.
Das heißt, hier pumpt alles mögliche rum?
Kannst du nicht ausschließen, dass irgendwas LTE oder keine Ahnung. Also, keine Ahnung, wer alles so funkt.
Viel schlimmer.
Die haben noch was gehört.
So.
Aber doch mal den Automatismus versuchen. Heute geht alles von den Fänger aus, ne?
Das bin ich, der hier rumraschelt mit den. Ich raschel hier rum. Raschel hier rum. Setz dich doch richtig an. So musst du bleiben. Genau.
Das ist wie früher mit dem Fernseher.
Genau.
So halten? Nein.
Ja, diese drei sind in Ordnung.
Ja, so ist es gut.
Ja, und das? Ich weiß nicht.
Doch, glaub schon.
Wie?
Das weiß ich.
Nee,
Test 1, 2, 3.
das hat schon gereicht.
Ja, ja.
Gott, ist die Scheiße empfindlich. Ist das
So.
Sehr empfindlich.
So, jetzt nochmal. Gucken wir nochmal.
So, jetzt sind alle an.
So.
Ja, das.
So.
Test, Test.
Irgendwas ist hier wieder.
Entweder du bist es jetzt wieder oder das hier, glaube ich.
Ne, Dirk hatte gerade eine gute Stelle.
Scheiße.
Hat der Kim noch seine Mikros mit?
Dirk, wenn du dich mal einen Platz hier rüber setzt, wenn das wirklich dort die Stelle ist und sie sagen halt, die sollen die beiden Handsender hier drüben benutzen, ist halt da drüben keine Handsender.
Kabel.
Kabel. Alles mit Kabel.
Mikros habe ich zu Hause gelassen.
Der Kim hat sein Zeug nicht mit.
Muss mal fragen.
Aber so würde ich sagen, wenn hier die beiden die
Ja, vielleicht.
Headsets bekommen,
Ja, würde gehen, glaube ich.
wenn
Ja.
hier Headsets sind,
Und jetzt mit meinem oder mit dem von Dirk?
Wurscht.
Ist egal, jetzt ist
Geht,
beide
geht hier auch
Scheint
gut.
okay.
Geht hier gut.
Okay.
wir dürfen.
Ich habe jetzt Kanal 4, 7, 12 und 14 sozusagen.
Mhm. Geht hier hoch.
Okay, na dann.
Und selbst wenn du ein bisschen mit dem Mikro hin und her wackelst oder es dir in die Schoß legst, weil du jetzt gerade nicht dran bist.
Ja. Ja gut, ich meine, du mutest wenn die Panel-Discussion machen, mutest du die Leute, wenn die nicht dran sind, würde ich sagen. Also das machst du nachher hin. Das ist jetzt alles offen haben, ist ja jetzt auch keine... Ja.
Ja, hier, oh gut, hier unten, aber gut, das stimmt nicht.
Ja, der Empfänger ist ja hinten am.
Ja, ja. Ach so, stimmt.
Achso, auf 3 Dezibel? Achso, das ist eine Idee. Warte mal. Das stimmt. Wenn sie ist zu empfindlich, weil es zu nah dran ist. So, dann gucken wir.
Test, Test. 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6.
So.
Ganz okay.
Was besser geworden? Was verändert? Hallo?
Nochmal wackeln, Christian?
Genau, ich habe den jetzt hier unten schon extra, damit er so wie er wäre an der Hose oder so.
So wie er gestört hat.
Genau, ja, ja.
Okay. Ja, warte mal. Nice. Okay, dann drehen wir es auf 3 Dezibel runter, also nicht so empfindlich.
Ja?
Ich glaube, es ist gut.
Ich glaube, dann haben wir es, oder? Handtest, ich setze mich nochmal daneben, nochmal
Ja.
schon einen Test.
Ja.
Ich meine, das ist jetzt ein Wind hier. Ja?
Ja, aber ich glaube, okay, also Empfänger ist eine Empfindlichkeit runterdrehen.
Ja,
sozusagen.
genau.
Ich krieg jetzt gerade
Ja.
Genau.
Ja, scheint.
Ja.
Bei den Antennen.
Ja, bei den Antennen, ne? Okay.
Weil am Empfänger kannst du wahrscheinlich auch nochmal drehen.
Ja.
Also,
Ja, genau. Aber an Antennen ist ja erstmal gut, dann ist es. Okay, dann geht's.
gut.
Sehr gut.
Das war wirklich gutes Zeug.
Effekte genauso.
Naja.
Geht halt
gar nicht,
Es geht halt nur gar nicht, genau, ja. Schön. Ja. Wop.
Jetzt machst du auf.
Was mach ich auf?
Auf. Machst du auf. Gedrückt halten. So, das muss man wirklich.
was a ding, a ring-a-ling. They cracked the kingdom down. One light caught like fire. You scorched your own mouth. Mirror, mirror, who do you see? If everything's broken, what does that make me? Oh, 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 oh. All the bells call home. Oh, 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 oh. All the bells call me home. Oh, 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 oh. All the bells call home. Oh, 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 oh. All the bells call me. All the bells call home, home, home. All the bells call home, home, home. The bells woke me up, calling to me. The bells woke me up, now I can dream. The bells woke me up, calling to me. The fairy tale's over, and now I'm the queen.
So, willkommen zurück welcome back. After lunch, bit of Denglish here. We need that. Great. We are back for Cutting Edge NEOS in Mission Critical Applications. And it's not only mission critical, but we got an upgrade for this talk. We just have not one speaker, but we have a panel of 4 speakers that all can speak to NEOS in mission critical applications from different perspectives. So what is there not to like? We have Alexander Lehn from 3M5. We have Stefan Wetekamp from Cornelsen Verlag. We have Nicholas Gray from Vogel Communication. I'm sorry. Und Norbert Gierlich from Markenbeschleuniger. Give them a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Should I go on with English, or should we just stay in one single language? No, we're staying English. Thanks for joining us. As you just heard, it's a little surprise. Alex was in the program, but you have 3 experts actually. I'm sort of the host on this panel. So I will ask all the questions, hopefully you would like to have them answered, to these experts on stage, and we want to discuss the topic that Neos is a highly relevant solution for mission-critical applications. So Alex will be my co-host. So the first question will be into your direction. Alex, why did you choose this topic, and why is Neos actually highly relevant for mission-critical applications?
Okay, good afternoon from my side also. I hope you enjoyed your meal and did a bright smile on the drone picture. It's great to see so many people here for this topic, because I think we are here in an open source community, but it's very relevant that we think about the business implications of our CMS system that we built. And my name is Alexander. I'm CTO at 3M5, and we are working with Neos for many years now, and I think for us it's a very relevant system. Before I introduce the 2 guests, he did it for me, I will set the stage. Cutting edge, Neos in mission critical application. What do we mean with that? It's a typical buzzword, mission critical. You hear it all the time in the web, and it's used in different circumstances. So for us, it means if you are hosting a website and it doesn't matter if your customer hits refresh and goes away, this is not what we mean. What we mean is when you drive Neos at the core of your business, and if there are some downtimes, it implies costs for your business. If you have errors, it's not, it's very relevant, and if performance is a requirement for your website, this is mission critical for us. So there's a common prejudice about this, if Neos can handle this. And on the other hand, we see many businesses driving Neos as their core system. So this is our topic today. We want to talk about why can Neos handle all these things. In our conversation, we have 2 companies here. They rely on Neos for many years now, and I think they can really give us real experiences, insights, and maybe some takeaways for this panel discussion. So let me welcome Stefan Wedekamp from Cornesen and Nicholas Gray from Vogel Communication Group.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. So, of course, as everybody knows, on a free will basis, you normally don't switch a content management system, right? It costs you money, drives your nerves, kills your team, hopefully not. But at a certain point, you're probably in the process of decision-making, evaluating different tools, different systems. And my question, maybe to start with you, Nicholas, would be, who was the person in the driver's seat? You know, was this actually coming more from the editor side? Was it more coming from the IT side? And how did you evaluate the different solutions?
Well, I would put it this way. The driver was the business side, not a single department, but what we see is that the only constant in our business is change, and we saw that with the systems we had running before Neos, we were constantly losing momentum, and we simply couldn't tolerate that going into the future. Switching from print to digital, we needed a system which is a good team player in both horizons. And we also saw in the past with subsidiary companies that what happens if somebody pulls the contract on your CMS. So we needed something where we could say we need our own digital sovereignty for our content, which is our main business model. So we need a core system which can handle that.
Stefan, maybe the same question to you. How was your situation? Who was the driver, and how did you find the right solution, in this case, Neos?
Well, the answer in this case is not that simple. I'll give you a little bit of background because I was a kind of a PO at the time, but we weren't already really in that agile working style. It just came with NEOS and with the first generation what we built then, and we had a kind of a landscape of legacy content, tons of it, different sites for anything, different sites for mobile versions, and all built with formerly we had 6 CMS, kind of similar to Typo 3, and it was only usable for editor experts, for power users, and the sheer mass of it was not like migratable anymore, because in all that stuff you couldn't identify clear categories of things. And so in our case, 2 guys, Jürgen Messner and Stefan Müller-Höhne, 2 developers, went out to evaluate and look at systems, and so they found NEOS and made the first contacts. That's the way we came to that.
And you were convinced right away when they came back and told you about the system?
Yes, they let me change that demo version, and I was the first one to try the inline editing things that I didn't know before, and it was so cool. Yes, and by the way, nobody ever used that cutting edge thing for us. I was a little bit, in German we would say gebauchpinselt. Yes, I mean it was a big project, but that's a great word. But yes, and we had to start with a big bang, because we had to integrate all the products that we had from the first step on. So there was no sneak in, but it was like, yeah, we had to go for it.
Let me just grab the Big Bang thing. So what were your major concerns before going live, or before making the decision that you go with NEOS? As you described earlier, you had so many systems with different CMSs out there, up and running.
Yes, I mean, we were in a kind of dead end what the further development was like, and I think it was 2017 or something. We weren't ready for all these screen sizes and all that. We weren't responsive at the time. There were more and more coming, like ubiquitously to be implemented features like SEO. We had that crude routing just with IDs and no sluggy or anything that people could read. Yes, and that wouldn't have been possible at the time to implement it parallel in like 4 or 5 or 6 different technical environments.
How was it in your case, Nicholas?
We had a luxury that we could use a smooth transition, and we basically spread the rollout over all of our brands. We used one of our newly acquired subsidiary companies, so you're going to be our first test subject. Let's see how it works. So that was a fun time, because all of the other departments came to us and said, hey, we have new employees and they don't get an account for this and this system. And I said, yeah, be calm, that's on purpose. We're going to try something new with them, but please don't tell them. We don't know if it works yet. But turns out it worked out of the box, and it worked very smoothly. And after that, we basically made a plan to switch 3 to 4 brands per week, and completed it within 2 or 3 months for one of the main product lines, which are our newsletters. So we don't only use NEOS for websites, we use them as general distribution tool for several channels, be it social media, our newsletter, or of course our websites too. And at the first thought, we thought, okay, how are we going to get the people onto it? What sort of training do they need? We were new to the system. We didn't really know what happened. So, of course, we had our support people trained, ready to go for the first ticket, and after the second day, nothing came, and we said, okay, I think we're done. Cool. Let's go and party. Yeah, but the transition is still ongoing. Especially, we have 2 main product lines, and we will finish the one product line probably end of this year, and the other probably a little bit earlier, around the third quarter or so. And the ideas, of course, plenty how we're going to continue, but I would say both product line would be feature complete at the end of this year, and then we can really drive and push the system to new ideas.
Great. Who does the new system please more, the IT or the editors? Maybe you want to start it?
Yeah, maybe to name some numbers for dimensions. In the one systems we have around 300 editors, but not only like within the editorial teams, but also marketing people who do landing pages, campaign management, so all sorts of different people with a different set of creativity, with different requirements and a different knowledge base. And introducing a new system always, I mean, for most of the people, it wasn't the first new system they needed to adapt. And it went more or less really smooth, but of course there are people who prefer the old system, but it's sneaking out. So what we didn't see prior, before introducing Neos, was people switching to the new system on a voluntary basis before we scheduled them.
Stefan?
Wow, 300 people using the system. That's a very big number. I mean, as in our case, it was a real relaunch project. We had like 25, 30 power users shifting all the content into the new system. And the number hasn't grown yet because the kind of publishing is like that. We have some power users which I belong to, and one guy from the marketing, and we normally do the testing if features are new and to handle that, or in the refinements to define how things to be handled. Can somebody understand it? Things like that. Yes, and they liked it from the first place, but I think the more liked it the developers, because, I mean, it might not wonder anybody that big problems in old economy, big projects and old economy contexts are sometimes a little bit strangely managed. And the project ran into nearly a total catastrophe, and the last card that was pulled out of the pocket was, let's try and let the developers do. And that was the turning point of the project. The developers did. The developers had support from a guy in the management that had also a technical background, and they contacted, I think via Slack, Flow Native, the guys, and for the rest of the time in the project, that was not enough. So we had a network team on board, and so we had a quite big project with a real good drive and a real fast implementation of anything. My thanks belong to the guys that invented that, because I was on parental leave at the time. And when
Perfect timing.
When I got back, the boat was already in full speed. And I showed up and tried to, had every day read ears from the tempo that all the devs made, because they needed refined tickets to do stuff. Yeah, but it was a nice time. It was like really getting into it, and it was with the community. Absolute pleasure to work.
So you came back and had to bring some champagne because they were already delivering.
Yeah.
Alex, from your perspective, how is it in other industries? Because we have two publishers, like educational focus and more special interest focus.
Yeah.
But I know you have other customers working with Neos as well. How is it in their case?
Yeah, our first project was in another industry because it's a little bit funny thing because my first contact to Neos was when we did we had to evaluate different systems for our customers. It was SolarWatt in Dresden, and they had to choose a new content management system because they had a very complex stack with some HubSpot, microsite, standard website, and it was not very good because they couldn't handle all their ambitious growth goals they had by the time. And I did the evaluation project with them, and there were 3 candidates. One of them was Neos and one Typo. And we did a really large list of requirements and large Excel sheet with all the scores there. Neos was on second place, but at the end, all the editors decided we use Neos. And that was the part when we started with Neos, and this was in the renewable energy market.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're entering our next module because when I did some research prior to this talk, I got the feeling that there are some storytelling legends out there in the market that Neos actually is probably more or less very, very good if it's a small company, mid-sized company, small project. I don't think so. But I wanted to discuss this with you guys today. So could you tell us and share some insights about the scope of your project? You already mentioned some numbers of editors and stuff, but maybe you could also share some insights about contents, uploads, everything that's really on the operative side.
Sure. Yeah, I was kind of shocked when I heard that prejudice about Neos and that rumors still exist, because if you really look at the architecture, it's a solid base. It is aimed for that you can split the development process over different teams. It has rights management. You have the different workplaces. You have basically everything already in place out of the box, which would already support a more advanced workflow. So in our case, we looked at it. We also had a long list of requirements before choosing the system, and we were really able to mark the check boxes and said, yeah, okay, that probably is a really good candidate. Let's take a closer look at it. And fast forward to now, so 4 years or 3 years after, our 2 main product lines, both run between, the one has 1.4 million nodes, the other has about 2 million nodes now. Both systems are scheduled to hold 250,000 document nodes in a total during their runtime, which would probably result into 10 to 11 million nodes. So that's going to be an interesting turning point at some point, I'm pretty sure, but it's not that another system would simply take that amount of content too. So we're, let's say, already aware of some performance issues, and we can work together with the community on that. I'm really happy to do so. And we also know from experience where we can turn the knobs to also overcome that in Neos. So that's that. What else can I say regarding numbers? Newsletters, during the 3 years, since that is now our main system to build newsletters, our editors built over 21,000 newsletters, which were sent to I don't know how many million subscribers. And that is really, it sits at the core of our business model, and every downtime would result in a huge effort to get it running as quickly as possible. And yeah, so we seeked help, we made contact to other companies, but we really never had to pull the card. Well, just runs.
So I think we can agree that it's cutting edge, and it's definitely all right to be in a mission-critical application environment. Stefan, what about your insights?
Yeah, I think as I said, we started big. I cannot put it into the level of nodes, but over the time we have like 60,000 pages and more on the web, like product pages and campaign sites and all that stuff. Most of it like from automated processes from the systems from like PIM and the SAP and so on, the more business systems. And yeah, we had. I don't remember that we had any kind of real problems or kind of breakdowns or something like that. We were always stable. I think also the what is lying under NEOS. I mean, you notice I'm not a technician, but the Keller of all of that was always sized in a way that the application could run smoothly, and NEOS didn't make any problems in that. There are more problems with downtimes from systems like SAP or the CRM. So, but yeah, you depend on them.
Alex, maybe one question into your direction regarding the repositories you normally work with.
Yeah. I think NEOS did some very good architectural decisions when designing the system, because typically our customers prefer a system where they can build their own content model without problems. So this is one of the strengths of NEOS, because we can build the content model of the customer. We can sync between different data sources without problems. And I think the new content repository, Robert told us today in this morning, will be a very great step. And yeah, I think the strengths and the sweet spot of NEOS is when you have very complex structural data and have to sync it between different data sources, because this and the possibility to use it as a headless system is very, very great for most of our customers.
Taking a look at the enterprise ecosystem you have set up and running out there, how many other applications do you have connected to yours? You mentioned some, but maybe you can just give us like an outlook. That doesn't have to be the precise number. But I found it very interesting when we had our prior talk before today that it's quite some.
Yeah, it sure is. Since content is our main business model, everything evolves around content. And that was one of our main requirements in searching for a system which acts as a good team player, because we knew from the beginning that certain tasks won't be suitable for a CMS and will never be. And so we followed the approach, choosing the right tools, putting them together, and build a process which fits the requirement the business need best, even though it may mean some people work in two systems. But if we manage the transitions between those two systems in a user-friendly manner, it's usually not a problem. So for us, it's connected to Microsoft Dynamics, to SAP, to the old content management system. We run a two-stack architecture for both of our main product lines, so it obviously needs to be connected to the online distribution channel, to the social media distribution channels, to the newsletter supplier. So I would guess around 10 to 15 systems, and to some systems to more than one endpoint, which are used by different units of our company.
Stefan, what about you?
Yeah, we have kind of a different model. There are 3 systems that are integrated in one surface, one user interface. It's coming from NEOS, and we have like the account application we call Konto, which is represented in a widget that is on every page, and we have Like on the product page is a price box where a Magento shop with all that is integrated, and we have some. In my preparation, I thought, how do I call that? Like middleware or buffer systems, because when we first launched, we had a very, very old catalog system where we needed the product data from, and the metadata and all the things that you could get from there were like hell. So we decided to build an own application, the product API, called PAPI in our context, and it's still running. Yes, and that functions as a kind of a buffer to all the systems before. In the meantime, the only programmer this catalog system has is retired, and there was invented a PIM, also not the best system you can get, and the PAPI still serves us the data. And we are also connected via a separate front end for the search, and we are in the second generation of integrating a separate external search. And yeah, all the things to the CRM and with the customer data is managed by the Contour application, which we also just integrate by the widget. It's I think an architectural approach that the guys invented then when we started, and up to now it proved right to do so.
Alex, maybe one insight from your side.
Yeah, you told most of the applications in enterprise that will be used as like Salesforce ERP system like SAP, and the most problematic tools we are integrating is normally the product information system, because this are so huge base of different systems, and they are all what you described, Stefan, very old. You cannot access it directly. You have to do some some intermediate stuff, some API, some caching between them, or you have to synchronize in the night between the systems, where you have then many gigabyte of data to transform and to sync, and this is mostly the problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, but I forgot the assets.
There you go.
Yeah.
Your time is now.
we have a central asset management system, and by the time it was invented, also the rights management and all the rights editing stuff was done there. And so we had special built by the Neos core people that we needed an adapter for importing the assets and not allowing to upload them in the back end. So we could always be safe if the assets come from there, rights have to be clear and everything is fine. And well, that was a kind of an Arbeitspaket then.
Okay, got it. So we're moving to the next module, which is workflow. How much customizing was or is still needed working with Neos in your, in my eyes, very special industries?
That's really hard to answer, because basically the complexity is driven by the business model, not because the CMS as a system doesn't provide like functions to copy, paste, to write text or so. So for us, the complexity is really in representing our content model, which Neos handles really well, but some nodes are simply very complex, what they need to handle, how they need to be configured, but that's on us, that's not on the system. And speaking from further customization, we try to pull a lot out of the core from Neos, because we say Neos is good for content, but some of the processes we pull out. And here we're currently in the transition phase, where we want to move to online first and also feed the print system from the online content instead of the other way around, as we did in the past. And that's also our business model. It's not really that Neos needs much customization because there are a lot of extensions and you can quickly build a prototype, and sometimes you may notice, okay, fun story, the first complaints we got was about the date picker, because they said, yeah, I need to set maybe 10 to 20 dates per hour, and always clicking in 5 minutes intervals is not doable. So that was one of the main tasks for one of our interns. Please replace that inspector or that editor. Worked fine. And of course, the further we will push the system and integrate it to new processes, there will certainly come new use cases, new requirements where we need to change the thing or a few, but nothing where I would say I'm missing so much to get started. Now, everything is more like an optimization, for example, where the community is also working on is batch processing for image tagging, for the copyright notice, and so on. That is essential for us because we simply handle a lot of content per hour. And yeah, maybe in that direction, my wish list would be longer, but it's definitely not a showstopper.
Actually, I have the wish list thing here on my card, so we're heading there. Stefan.
Yeah, the workspaces were kind of misused in our context. When we had like big changes with changes to many, many pages at the same time, and there was a kind of let's say, a more academic approach to using the workspaces. It was like complicated. And they did all in one workspace, and it grew bigger and bigger, and that was the only point where we once had some kind of problems that were critical in saving all that, and there were pages put from there to there and from different sides, and so that was like a bit too much for it. But I think we found a way to deal with kind of that in just using the workspaces in another way, just making them smaller for more special purposes. And yeah, but it was a little bit like experimenting, and I would think if you do projects with Neos and you know who the people are who will work, maybe they also have to do manual migration, then you should coach them into how to use the things and not just trust on they will find out. That didn't work out in our case.
You highlighted earlier that it was not that hard to get the people on board, especially the editors, because it was more convenient, more easier to understand, like, I don't know, other systems. So in that case, you didn't have to educate that much or to train. But I think you said that earlier that actually they wanted the system, and because they had less work. So in that case, could you like make up a number or a percentage of how much money or time the system saves you compared to the system you had before? You don't have to tell us which system it was before, but I would assume that it's always time and material, right? So if you're faster and if your people love the system, you're more efficient. The more efficient you are, the more margin you have normally.
I really can't put it in financial numbers, but what we do, of course, since our editors work in-house, we can do extensive user tests with screen tracking, eye tracking, click tracking. And to edit a link in the old system, there was a total of 12 clicks needed. And if you look at, we call it an advertorial, which is basically a report or a piece of writing we do for a customer. Of course, you have the links to their product page, you have the links to, you have a lot of links in that single piece of text, and that was simply too cumbersome. And with Neos, it's easy, you mark it, you click the link symbol, and with the new link editor, you're even more flexible on what you can allow the editor to do. And restricting content where it goes is probably another main point, which makes especially new employees feel more safe because they don't have the feeling, oh, I can mess something up, because the system can take care for them if you design the node types properly. And that led to a significant decrease of tickets in our service desk, because in the old system, a lot of elements needed to be copy-pasted from a pattern library directly of HTML, and I guess you can all know it doesn't work well, and an opening or closing tag will be forgotten to be pasted. Those problems are gone. We no longer have those, and that also impacts, of course, service desk and our support team directly. And then we have our marketing, which is hard to put into a context, because every time they had like special wishes, they would usually contact one of our sister teams where we have dedicated CSS and layouters, and they needed to come up with something. So we have also, similar to the one talk we heard prior, components which are very modular and can be configured rather than newly built. And that saves a lot of time and a lot of inter-team communication. But that's really hard to put into a financial aspect.
Stefan. For me, it's also hard to I don't know where to start. Since we invented Neos, we do so many things so much better. You can't put that in real numbers. I give you one example. It's like we have made the header and the footer of the whole web page and the CDCI that you need, and at some point we invented that they can be used by other systems too. Just the small changes in the footer in former times was a little project. You are totally rid of that, and we just checked which parts should be editable via backend, and then you can edit the absolute central ubiquitous shown footer. The same we did with all the legal pages with AGB and all that legal stuff that you need to be clear with, like for example, versioning for the legal pages, so that you have all the development in time. We have instant publishing if needed. Formerly we had weekly process of synchronizing the system. I mean, it was okay if you design your content editing process, for example, like a weekly magazine. It's okay to have once a week synchronization. If you spot that there is some mistakes and you have to wait for a week, for a school book company, not so good. So all these things we now can do immediately. Yes, and so also the publishing process has adapted that. I can't put that in numbers, but it saves an amount of money.
Well, there's your message. It doesn't have to be financial number. Alex, maybe one or two sentences. How easy is it to set up a system with Neo? Neos, because we know with other systems it's much more difficult.
For me, the important part is when we introduce the system by the customer, then it's for us. There's no time to bring the editors in rework, because it's so easy for them. They feel very good in the UI in the back end, and we don't need very much coaching time for them. And that's one very big point against other systems. And yeah, I think that's the major point for us when we introduce the system. But one thing I forgot was the when I compare it to other systems, then one major point is that Neos is so very fast when doing a new upgrade to a new version. Because when I compare it to Typo, we always have this kind of project. If we have a minor update or a major update, then it's much more. And Neos is very good in this. Yeah, that's very important.
Regarding the update, 8 to 9, what are your plans? Are you ready or are you chilled?
Getting ready, I would say. There's still a couple of points missing until we can really consider making the move. I mean, I mentioned that we plan to be feature complete regarding our business cases by the end of the year, so we're going to write that with Neos 8.3, 8.4. So 8.4 would definitely be the lay in between we're going to take, get things ready. But until then, we definitely need a post-process adapter. We need some more security features. So I guess maybe next year I can tell you more about how we proceeded to there. But I think it's not going to be until the end of 27 or so that we're going to migrate.
We are a little bit afraid.
That's why I asked.
Yeah, I mean, we planned it to be fast with that, and then other big projects, took away the budget for it, and we have to go step by step. I mean, I'm really a little bit afraid of doing it for the big thing, which is called the web catalog. And I think what we will do is we have some small sites where we can run tests to just have it in like in one. Cornelsen Gruppe is one site that is small, and we can check there how to proceed, and then maybe next year, I don't know.
All right. So we're coming to questions from the audience. I wanted to ask if there are questions which have been coming in through the app. Okay. Good.
But does anyone have a question?
Feel free.
You brought your beach towel already. Yes, so if you compare it to other projects using, maybe you remember old other systems, or you know from customers using other systems, what can you say about how it performs, like hosting-wise? Yeah, you know, does it scale well? Do you have anything which you can remark in that side, how it behaves compared to others? That would be very interesting.
Yeah.
I can start. Basically, we designed the system so that it can run within our Kubernetes cluster. So one of the requirements is that it is more or less stateless. So for asset management, we use the S3 connector. We run 3 instances in the cluster. So we need all of the session management in a Redis cluster. We have a lot of clusters of the different technologies, but it integrated very well to the stack which has been there prior, and it didn't require our operations team to learn new technologies or to fiddle a lot with the configuration of the supporting systems. We had one problem with the Postgres once, because it's a little bit, if you put a large structure like HTML directly in one of the document nodes as a property, Postgres will start to parse that on every lookup, and that kind of knocked us off, but the error was quickly identified, and then we simply moved that property to one of the child nodes. Everything was fine again. If I compare it to other systems, I would say it allows out of the box to scale better, also with caching strategies. And so, I mean, in our case, since we have the Q stack in front of it, we never have the problem that a downtime of the Neo system would affect our customer-facing products. And we can also take it down, do maintenance when our editors are sleeping or off work. And it just fits well in that sort of architecture. And with other systems, for example, I won't name it, that would be a lot more difficult because no open interfaces for proprietary software, for example. But even for open software, it's like so tightly coupled functions and processes that it would be really hard to break it up at those points where we see we need here a higher state of robustness or a higher state of performance, which would be really hard for a system to achieve when you also want to do all of the editing.
I cannot answer that one. And I shouldn't do.
All good. Alex?
Yeah. I did not hear anything bad about that, but we have many developers from our side here, so we can discuss later. But I think the caching of the nodes is a very good thing, and maybe this is because it works very well.
Yeah, normally in a presentation you should end with one more thing, right? The one more thing we won't touch due to time is the fuck-up moments. But the fuck-up moments can be shared with these guys during the dinner, Alex, right? Yeah, because all three of you will be still available.
Yeah, you find us at the bar, I think, at the end of the day.
Drinking them down.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Some anecdotes left.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you very much for joining. Thanks for the insights. Thanks for preparing the stage. Thanks you guys for hosting us. And feel free to contact these three guys because they know the game. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Also from my side, thanks a lot, guys. Great that you organized this panel. Super helpful insights, I would say. Some numbers I hadn't heard before, amazing. So that was great. We have one speaker package. I will give it to you, but we organized these four for all of you. So
Also,
there you go.
That's a package.
It's yours.
Den kriegst du. Ne?
Oh, I got the towel.
We will continue with the next talk at 3 o'clock. In the meantime, remember to consider giving a lightning talk. Anke is approachable. Talk to her. If you have any side projects, any fun ideas to show to us as a community, that would be great. And don't forget to rate this talk as well. Thank you.
When I was young, I had it all planned out, that something big was down the road. I really thought I'd have it all by now, not be a failure if I don't. That's when you say, hey, my love, we're nowhere near the end. There'll come a day, I swear you ain't seen nothing yet. So I went down to the water and found my faith, because I don't wanna be stuck in the good old days. That's when you say, hey, I swear you ain't seen nothing yet. This life is heavy with an overload, like every door I see is shut. But when we're sinking to our deepest lows, we've got nowhere to go but up. That's when you say, hey, my love, we're nowhere near the end. There'll come a day ain't seen nothing yet. So I went down to the water and found my faith, because I don't wanna be stuck in the good old days. That's when you say, hey, I swear you ain't seen nothing yet. Found my faith, bowed my head for the blessings that come my way. There'll come a day, I swear you ain't seen nothing yet. So I went down to the water and found my faith, because I don't wanna be stuck in the good old days. That's when you say, I swear you ain't seen nothing yet. No, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution.
but I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. Ugh, I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
Come in for the next deep dive into CPX. I chose this stage because I want to learn something about CPX finally. It's not yet another component. Right, thanks very much for joining. First reminder, if you're interested in giving a lightning talk, please get in touch with Anke so she knows of your plans. Second thing, most of you already have figured out, if you want to ask a question, please submit them via the app. That's the easiest one for me to prepare in asking Mark Henry afterwards. Yeah, and then please welcome on stage Mark Henry with his purely presentational CPX component language. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for showing up to the second talk. And this was the slide of the first talk. Let's scroll up a little further. And this is, in conclusion to our first talk, the integration patterns and how to use CPX in NEOS. So I do kind of expect you to have seen the first talk, though I will do a small recap of what CPX is. CPX is a new written language which can be used for building presentational components. That will be the recap. Then we will talk about nested components, a little bit about advanced CPX, like component instantiation and the type system and type component lists, and all the design limitations and how basic NEOS integration will be used. There will be a live demo after the first 10 minutes. So let's do the quick recap and then dive into all the other parts. First, for all of you, CPX is a new typed language. It is pure and satisfactory, immutable, replaceable, and truly reusable. We will come back to that later, but I already hinted that it can be used everywhere, not just in PHP, but eventually in other frameworks as well. It is fully strictly typed. There is no way of bypassing any types, no mixed, nor any. There are only code paths for the path that should be allowed, and everything else is caught at static analysis time and will not even transpile to PHP. So there will be, that is our claim, no runtime exceptions ever in the presentational model, because we would not allow the code to compile otherwise. It is pure and satisfactory. There's this fully strict, impenetrable separation from the integration. You cannot fire a single SQL query from CPX. No data transformation and anything. So to revoke the simple component from what we have seen down below already, this is a CPX component. This is the language I want to show you. These are just ASCII files in a simple CPX file, and we call them also modules because this is closely influenced by the ESM module standards when we look at imports later. And we see that there is all the type props, and there's a render statement with some class concatenation as well as the content interpolation. There is automatic escaping, just having said that in case you're using Fusion. So the text component will be transpiled to this PHP. This time I don't leave out any parts. First, we have a private constructor that is just internal implementation detail because we can use the public constructor later. And you can see there is no framework dependency except our component engine package, which is a zero dependency from Composer. This is the static create function. It instantiates an instance, and here we can set simple default, but also handle our component instantiation, which is actually a bit tricky. Maybe you can ask me about that after the talk. This is the render method, which is transpiled, which just handles the ugly, I'd say, PHP concatenation, but it is highly efficient. And as we generate this code, you can trust us that this is correct. And everything is kept. So let's talk a little bit about nested components, because this is something that is quite often used in Fusion. If we think about a simple image, which has the following props, source, alt, title, caption, class, and if we were to now use it in an image, if we were now to look at a text component, which is consisting of text and class, and want to combine them together, we, in a text with image component, we might be tempted to write this. Just copy all the props from one class and from the other class, or prototype, and then you're happy, right? Have you seen the little class below? There is a little ambiguity there. Where does it map to now? Is it the image or is it the text? I decided it's the image, but how should the integrator know? Before we start prefixing these props now with text or image, you might be tempted to use just nested data structures and arrays. And that kind of works, but it's also super verbose if you think about prop types, which you would need to make it type safe. So the instantiation looks like this then. You all have seen that code. It's nothing new. And it's just not that straightforward. There is no actual static analysis here. You cannot be sure of anything happening, of props being missed out. You don't have actual validation, just a little prop types if you use them. And also these are probably getting really verbose as you have the prop types for each text component, as well as for the composed components as well, where you copy and paste all the props from the nested components. And then someone wants to use a text with image component in another component. Have fun with dealing that. So, and this is just runtime validation with all the effort. You don't even get static analysis. So a lot of pain for still bugs at runtime. How about we try CPX? We still have the same text as before. We have a new image as before. It's closely resembling the Fusion examples. There's nothing special about that. I left out the render part, it's not important. And our CPX text with image now looks quite different from what we used to with Fusion. We don't need to pass arguments at all. We don't even need to instantiate the component here in the render function. We could do that, but a way more promoted pattern in CPX is to just pass the components along. And this is possible due to the self-rendering nature. That is a little bit, for me it's now easy to understand, but I think no other language does this prominently. Neither React, nor Fusion, nor Go's Temple. Everything we know usually takes a function, claims to be kind of pure, and then produces output immediately. In the produced output, though, we often have just in Fusion a string, in React and React element, and just a generic thing, but not the typed information as well. In CPX, if you look at this type instantiation, we do have the types, because these are still just objects. They were not rendered at all. They will be eventually in the rendering. So that was a little bit introduction of what's about to change if you would use CPX from the shift. Let's get a little into this type system. There is just the usual types, you know, string, int, bool, null. Enums, you can define them. That is cool. You don't do that in Fusion. No typed enums there. You do have structs and DTOs, basically DTOs. You don't need them that often, but they are just the props shape, basically, if you want to pass them along. If you don't want to pass the component along, usually you don't want that. You want to pass components along instead of lots of props. Then we have the components itself, or a list of components. These are first-level sentences, as explained earlier, and we have slots, which is basically a possibility to pass anything renderable, which is either a string or a component or a list of components. This allows a wrapper concept. So as I said earlier, also no bypasses, no shortcuts. So let me conclude now. CPX is for presentation only, just for query data, just to calculate, not query data, not calculate data, and no manual iterations or set complex details. You might be wondering now how we do integration now with Fusion and now with Neos, because you kind of are used to still do that all in one language, currently named Fusion. But let me say, well, there is an alternative ahead. A small package in the Package Factory namespace, which is resisting the urge to use Fusion. And we will dive into a direct demo now. So, This is my setup. We installed the component engine, the Neos component engine, and the component view, which replaces the node controller. And it adds an own controller to handle all the things. And at first, this looks normal. No, this is not normal. There's a new folder, components. Look here. And you might be surprised or not, but you will find exactly the examples, kind of, that we had earlier. Text, an image, and they are directly here transpiled with PHP. So if I were to delete that file here and run now flow components build, I see a new file popping up, which is the same as before. So we see that it works. We take the CPX, analyze it, pass it, and transpile it to Fusion. There is not much of a configuration necessary, actually none, but I specified I re-specified the default to be explicit. We load the components from components, and this is my namespace. You might be wondering, components, there are PP classes now, and other classes, how does it work? Well, I just added a new PSR autoload. That's as simple as that. And if we go further, you can see there's a second one for the node types folder. So maybe you know where this direction will be going. And indeed, there are a few new things in our node types. Nothing auto-generated, but if we look at here, there's a text YAML, we know, and co-located quite nicely the text renderer. I'll give you some time, but it's not that much here happening. It's a new factory. It's we call it rather renderer to be more precise. It implements the content node renderer interface, which is our contract, and it has a render as content function. There we pass the Neos context, which is basically the site, the document, and the node, as well as some other details. Let's get into that later. And the contract is to return just a component. In the other case, we compose already two things together, the container, because we want some spacing, and text. So if we look at that now, we should also see that it runs quite nicely and looks like an image, a text. Naja. Ta-da, somewhere is text. Trust me. This is my website. So far, so clear. So simple as that. Quite precise, right? No need for anything. Well, if you look at it more closely, this is not annual editorial, right? We just use node get property text. If we were to go to the back end, we will see that there is just like in Fusion QNode property text. That doesn't work. We need a little bit more help still. And that brings me to the whole concept of, wait, we don't actually have an RPE to do all those things. We never were in the place where there was something else except Fluid and Fusion to use to generate the markup for Neos. And we do need something for that now, and for that we have a new interface. on your implementation, which wraps all the Neo services because they are just everywhere. And they allow all the things that Fusion usually does natively by core. And one of these things is obviously the editable implementation. You are probably familiar with these values. It is 100% the same as Neos Fusion, Neos editable. So no surprises here, but you might be interested at what else is hiding in this class. And there's quite a lot to cover, but not that much, really, because you should be familiar with all these concepts. Either they were a PHP, a Fusion object in Fusion, or they might also have been an EEL helper, like these two colleagues. But I grouped them all together and try to extract the important use cases to write them down here. So we have something for URI building, for the action URI. We have something to get the editable. This is actually a component interface because we don't want escaping here. If we were to return a string, it would be double encoded. We do have the node URI. We have a backend node URI. We have some try resolve link URI, convert URIs, and some general things on the access interface. That covers the basic parts of Fusion. There's not image source rendering incorporated yet. That's yet to come, but you're free to choose your own services to do something if you desire already. So now we have covered a simple node and a simple editable. Let's look a little bit more into how maybe a document is rendered, because that is a little more complex. But if you should show you that, it's actually not too complex. And you might come to wonder, what have we been doing all this time? Because this is a homepage. I let you some time, but I hope it's all big enough, 200%. We first have a factory I extracted to do the basic HTML building for a document. And then we have a header factory, a footer factory, and a content renderer, which I all glue together here in the list. So this is basically the main content collection rendering, it's the teaser slot, and then I do render the header and the footer. Here in the HTML document factory, I'm free to, I chose to use composition instead of inheritance to set the basic HTML document with like header comment, document title, language, and all the things, to have it quite nice and precise in one place. And I don't even need inheritance for that to make everything more complex. It's way simpler to have it plain here. Also, at least I, have always been struggling in Fusion to extract common logic. All the time I build something and I reuse it, I find myself adding a new component, like a helper component eventually. And this makes no sense if you think about it, because components should be there for the presentation, and they should not be a helper for something and return just arbitrary data at all. That makes everything kind of twisted, and in the components, in the CPX components, we want to be straight declarative and just write what we want. But in the integration, we do want and need to be also imperative. This is critical. So manual method calls like these, where I have my own signature, my own typed return values, this is the heart of integration as we see it in CPX. And this has been something missing. And now you can just compose whatever you want, however complex everything is, and everything is typed and linted. So that's about here. Let's dive a little more into the footer rendering, because here we can see some nice CPX features at work. For example, type collections. I look at the footer, I class here click to co-locate this PHP file. I see the CPX file. This is the footer. You don't need to understand all the imports here, but you can see that in the line 7 and 8, in the line 6, I use a collection, and in the navigation over here, I also use a collection of navigation entries, which is a list of things. And this is actually a list. It's just not a concatenated string with all the pre-rendered things. No, this is a list of collections, and it's as typed as PHP allows it, which means it's just PHP stand types. Generics are yet to come. The integration will look as follows. If we go here, I look the usage up, I should be able to find it. And well, you can see it's a little bit too simple, you might say, implemented. I actually went the easy way and I added 3 inline editable slots, which I just insert here. But you see that I do all the manual, the hard work in the integration, where I map the node to the components, and in the rendering, I just have to deal with the components. I don't have to pass the exact shape along and then later instantiate the components. There's a lot of duplicate work always, and this is always tempting for us, or too tempting in Fusion, that if you pass already a big blob of data, you might just, how about we change just this part of the array as well, while we add it. But this often comes to this deep stack of here's something changed, there's something changed. Why not do it just in the integration and in the presentation just render it? It's just much more precise and you don't have to watch out for anything bad. But you might ask yourself this, how about we have a list of things, which is actually a list and can contain a multitude of things? Well, just do an array map, right? There is actually no way to loop in AFX over things because you don't need to. You would just use in the integration a for loop and create a lot of components which you then hand over to CPX. You don't need to iterate in CPX to take some random untyped data and create components there on demand. There's no need or gain in that. Here, everything is nice and type safe. And we also set complex default values like the images dummy image HTTP. If you were to do this in the presentation as well, the presentation gets quickly too complicated again, and there are too many moving parts. And CPX doesn't, it's encapsulated, it can't do that. This is integration for CPX. So, that should be it about CPX and listing features. Now, how about we look a little bit into what happens, how can I actually use the type safety? You promote it so much. So if I were to open my Composer lint PSP Sun, I see everything is fine, as it should be, because we see the rendering work. If I now add a new mandatory prop, or maybe I feel like I want to rename the content prop, or here in the text with image, yes, should be fine. I rename it to renamed. Then I build again. Shit, what is that? Composer, flow, components, build. Content is not defined. Actually, I see that someone is using properly the CPX component within my component files, which means that I cannot, no, it was before that. Not someone is instantiating it, I cannot use it in line 8. So CPX itself got me from doing anything stupid. But now I did something stupid, as we know. If I open the website and reload, it should crash. It should crash. Or maybe I don't use the component, that would be stupid. Cache, probably. Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Or maybe I didn't use named arguments. Maybe I didn't use named arguments. Maybe I'm fine off the hook. Let's add something more stupid. Boolean. So. again. Flow components build. And composer run in PSP is done. And yeah, runtime error. But again, this doesn't happen because because PHP stand should catch that errors, yes. So now we would go to the implementation, look at the usages, at the flag, and do the things. There, we still need to work on the tooling to improve that, but you get the grasp. There is safety provided here. You don't need to worry about that. So I will revert that first. So I have a working state again, and we go into a little bit of debugging now. Components build. So you know that components are typed within itself. So I can only use the props defined. I can only work with the types as I should. And I can, if I add new props, if I rename props, the integration crashes depending if it's using named arguments or not, and the props should be there. So here on my website, everything is fine again, but maybe I'm now here looking into the images, and I see this has a title attribute, and this doesn't. So I wonder why. And as a developer, I will debug, because I must. So now I will go to my text with image factory, or a renderer. Then I will probably try to debug, right? I will do var dump context node and die. And let's see what happens. You saw I couldn't just var dump die, right? This is cool. We cannot do that simple. And I see that, yeah, this is the first iteration I died directly. This was the second node. So now I have to do some conditionals with the if else, or why don't we use Xdebug? I heard it's readily available, so if we were just to be not so obsessed with var dump die, we could just do that instead, right? Okay. Gucken. Okay, depending on your Xdebug setup, this does work or does not so work. Maybe I have to look to oh, was ist denn jetzt hier los? Warte mal. Nee, yeah, it should work, right? It's not that hard. Depending on your Xdebug knowledge, you can just go in the PHP code and see the breakpoint, and it's integration, right? Everything is fun and easy. That's not so complicated. That was just, it worked earlier, trust me. Maybe it works now, actually. Yes? Yes. Okay, so debugging is technically possible, and that is it. So maybe still stick to var dump die, but it works at least, you know. Try that in Fusion once. What have we not covered? A lot. There is still component instantiation. There is some cool new feature with Kaleidoscope that we still allow to create some factory-like components within CPX to. You can ask me about that. And there's the Neos context. We didn't get too much into detail because this is the object we pass along here with all the main information, subgraph, action request, running mode, and here you can access the Neos helpers, and yes, that's mostly it. And I can also say that everything we have done is quite good tested, as Bernhard said earlier. So we were to look in the test folder of our beautiful Neos component engine dev collection. We see a lot of Gherkin tests to highlight the importance of integration, because we don't want you to eat or try something that might just work. We want a little bit of stability here. And I can say that everything which is covered in the API, every Fusion prototype that was usually there, has its own little helper where we have the PHP code here in the Gherkin and have some test components and use the Neos API as we like, and we basically try everything through what there is to try through. So you are kind of covered and good to go. There's also a little bit more about your reusability to say as last kind of small point. You have the option now to reuse your components everywhere, which allows you to create quite easy a backend module. I mean, look at this. You have an index action, you do something with your data, you fill them in the tables, loop over some data, and render the thing out. Voila, everything is fine, and fuck. And yes. I think the 30 minutes are over.
That was great. I really like it that you're brave enough to try live coding, and we all know how that goes.
Yeah, I need a shower right now.
That was good. Give him a round of applause. That was very brave. Marc-Henri, I have about 10 questions for you. But we also have time, so first things first. Thanks for all the work. I like that it is type-safe and clean CPX files, but actually integrators don't need to know PHP. How will you be attracting integrators for the new way of rendering components and wiring node data?
It's just a choice of language. It's not my choice what integrators should learn, but it's PHP, it's type, the static analysis. If you set up the project as your PHP lead and tell them a little bit about how to use PHP and work with our, it should be precise interfaces, you're safe, considering there's static analysis. But mostly, we might kind of also lay the integration more into backend hands with that. That might be true.
The next natural evolution of the integrator role. Learn some PHP. Okay.
It's easier to learn than Fusion. There is documentation for PHP.
Take that.
There is debug support.
True developer speaking. Thank you. How well is CPX already supported by large language models? Is that a good question for you?
No.
No. Anyone else?
Next question, please.
No experience yet. Okay. How can you override something if in a specific context?
We had the question earlier, you don't override something. You replace the component. It's a new pattern. We call it feature. Yes?
Can I give you the microphone so that the people on the live stream can?
So imagine you've got a hero component, and in that hero component you've got a button. And in the hero component, the button should always be a primary variant instead of secondary, ghost, whatever else is available. Because you're promoting the component by saying here button is the component button, how would you then rule out the ability to forcefully use something else?
As you have a single factory for the header factory, you put at a single place the button with the variant orange. You have this in one class. It's the concern now truly lies on the integration, that's true, but it is also just in a single place and equally safe. Safer, I'd argue, than doing magic prototype overrides and easy to follow. Bernhard might follow up on that.
As an addition, it is possible to instantiate the button from the hero component. So if you want to enforce that in the hero, the button is always of a certain variant, you can instantiate it there and do it in the hero component.
Though this comes with the bargain of pressing all the props again, which kind of defeats sometimes the. It's your choice. We just set some example.
Thank you very much. Are you planning on replacing the PHP integration part with CPX as well?
No, not at all. This is not at the scope. No, nine. It doesn't make sense. I elaborated earlier. React and Fusion have made the same decision with components for everything. This makes no sense in our ideas. We would use the same paradigms for two things, which are entirely different, and we don't want you to think the same way about them. They are two different concepts. Presentation, declarative, yes, and nice and distinct. Integration can do anything. No need for components here. This is a fully different architecture.
If you want to follow up on that, I think people can talk to you tonight at the social event, in breaks.
Do you have more questions?
I do have more questions, but we also do have some time.
Yeah.
So something you probably already noticed yourself, there is a question about File Watcher, which recompiles or transpiles. What's the right word?
Yes, retranspiles.
Yes.
File watching, I worked on that already a little bit, but it's also not so with the Flow framework. There are different ideas, like separate process, do it with the Flow file watcher. Eventually we will get there, but don't worry. Currently, I'm actually built it that the PHP IDE, my PHP Storm, triggers the command again, like in old SAS times. It worked for me. Like,
if it's fast enough for you, then okay, it can work for other people too. So if you're interested in that process, talk to Mark Henry. Why are the type declarations not in the same syntax as in PHP? You used Boolean as example, but in PHP you would have to use bool.
That we can probably talk about this all day. In PHP you can use bool and Boolean. Not anymore? Then we can also we can make a vote. I don't know. who likes bool? Who likes Boolean? Okay, half. So we should choose.
No, we come up with a third alternative to confuse everyone. Okay. Why use component collection instead of creating a wrapper class per type, e.g. navigation item collection?
You can create additional collection type, but that would internally still use the collection syntax to express that this collection is a typed collection around this collection. And either your design needs that or it doesn't. But yes, so it's just a choice. You can make this collection more typed in that sense, or more bigger because it has this outer wrapping still, or you just pass the collections along. It depends on your use case. Does it make sense?
Okay. Thank you.
But you cannot, if you render the collection items, you cannot interfere here. You cannot change the order. You can count them, but that's the only thing. You can count them, or you can put them out, but you cannot work with that.
Okay, there's another question. The Neos integration service looks like a mixed bag that might become the next T3 libdiff. That seems not like a good idea.
Yes.
Shouldn't that be split by domains?
I thought about this a lot. I think we are not in the final design, and it's really hard. The CPX, which was the main focus about in the first talk and also here kind of, this is final design, kind of. We four have a quite good idea and how to work this out. Regarding the Neos integration, it's really hard to find a good compromise between what I said earlier. A front-end developer should still not cry and run away if one sees that, and a back-end developer should also be able to use it. And we don't want to use too much flow magic or not too little. And let's talk about this, please, because we need a good, precise syntax that works for everyone. And yes, I'm not super happy with the back yet.
All right, thank you. And I do have a final question for you. Did you think about a style guide for CPX?
Probably it will be easy. But look at our tests. There's always there's not too much to worry about. You know, it's simple.
And it's still work in progress. So if people are really interested and want to chime in, who's working on that right now on CPX?
Wilhelm, Bernhard, me, and you can also talk to Martin. Sparring partner.
So Bernhard, Martin, raise your hands. Those two guys from Zeitgeist, Marc-Henri. Talk to them and be part of this community effort to, create the next evolution of rendering for Neos, right?
Thanks.
Yes. Marc-Henri, thank you very much. Please rate the talk in the NeosCon app so that we can award the best speaker at the end of the next day. And if I can have the presentation here again. Thank you very much. I wanted to remind you, lightning talks. Marc-Henri, lightning talks.
Should I go away?
Do you want to have one this year again?
I had so many talks today. I had one in mind. I wanted to explain simple fusion caching, but by explaining CPX caching, which is quite ironic. But I think Bernhard does it already in his talk.
So no lightning talk from you this year?
Maybe not.
So, someone else, step up, talk to Anke, submit your lightning talk. You already figured out your present, that's good.
Yes.
Thank you very much for watching. Can someone press the button for the next? Here on this studio stage, Alex is up next with a search talk, and on the center stage, we will have Martin and Natalie from Zeitgeist talking about the DSR Brand Hub, 30 hotels, 5 brands, 1 Neos. So enjoy your break and see you back at 4. Thank you.
I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. You take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Glowing bright on a dark horizon. Found a spark, now my heart's ignited. Rising out of the ash and embers. Took a flame and I won't surrender. Watch me now, light in the skyline. Frozen ground coming to life.
right across the wasteland, illuminating a world that's broken. But the heat of the flames will destroy. Ooh, and in the dust I will stand up reborn. Watch me now, claiming revival. Shattered hope starts to ignite. I'm on fire, getting higher. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire. Watch me now, light in the skyline. Frozen ground coming to life. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. 'Cause I'm on fire, getting higher. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire. When they tell my story, I'll be blazing with glory. Yeah, I'm on fire.
Choke it up. Roll it up.
to my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want When you're tired and worn, and you feel like you can't go on, I'll be there to put one foot in front of the other. When you've lost your way, oh, the first time your heart breaks, I'll pick up the pieces and put them back together. I'll be there for you. Every fall and every rise, every wrong and every right. I'll be there for you. When your heart finds a home, when you find what you've been searching for, I'll be by your side and walk you down into your forever. I'll be there for you. Every fall and every rise, every wrong and every right. I'll be there for you.
No, there we go. Hello, welcome back to the studio stage. Our next talk is Boost Your Search with Embracing Vector Search. And the interesting thing is, I tried to talk to the presenters beforehand to have something to talk about, to introduce them on stage. And in this special case, it's kind of funny because I'm sure Tobias could say a whole lot about Alexander being one of his colleagues or one of the other many Sandstorm colleagues here in the audience, but I'm the one introducing him and I have no clue. So I talked to Alexander earlier and he said there's absolutely nothing interesting about him to, to introduce him with, which I think is a blatant lie. I know for sure that Alexander is an amazing developer and part of the tech team here for the conference. So that is enough for me to be very happy to have him on stage. Come up here. Thanks and welcome, Alexander.
Thank you. Thank you. I was not aware that this was already the interview for my introduction. Okay. Hi, thanks for having me today. I'm Alex. I'm one of the full-stack software developers at Sandstorm. I'm mainly focused on back-end development and everything infrastructure. And I want to talk about vector search today. That worked really great. Nice. Okay, so I want to talk about what vector search is, what it does, how it works, which problems it might solve, and which problems it will not solve, or even which problems it will introduce itself. So before we can talk about vector search, we have to talk about search in general. So let's start there. What is a search? Well, most of the time you go to a website and there's the little input field and you type in the thing you are looking for, you hit enter, and your visitors expect your page to show you a list of things that matched your search term. and especially for online shops, this is one of the most interaction points for your customers. For example, when you go to Amazon, has anybody ever used those menus or categories, sub-navigations? I did not even realize they were there till the screenshot. So most of us do, we head straight to the search bar, we enter the name of the thing we want, or maybe we do not even know what the thing is called, we hit enter and Amazon will figure it out for us. It's a really great search, even if you don't know what you're searching for. When you got some strange tool or part you're working with, and sometimes you basically do not know what it's called. And I personally use the Amazon search to figure out what it is, what I'm actually searching for. And Amazon will most of the time figure it out and give me the list of products, I can buy them. I finally learn what this thing is called, and I can buy it on Amazon or a more nicer online shop or even in my local shop. So the main problem I have with this Amazon search is it's really, really good. And it is that good that most of our customers or potential customers for online shops, they are used to that quality of search, especially when you compare it maybe even with Google. Google is that confident in correcting your errors. It will just give you a little notice like, yeah, you mistyped it, but here are the real results you're looking for. So that's search. And like I said, in contrast to Amazon search, for me, when I have the task to implement search, it's mostly, oh, okay, I will just install Simple Search or some other pre-built package, throw it in, add some styling, maybe some styling, and call it a day. So this implementation I will reference as traditional search. That's the naive implementation of I need some kind of search. For when you go like, yeah, search, we just add a package and call it a day. And the thinking behind that traditional search is, well, we got a database, we got a table, we got contents, well, just search in that database, like maybe this, a little abstract. But yeah, that's search. You search all your data and you call it a day. So, does not work that great with the pointer. Okay, so your search, it's done. Yeah, you commit it, you push it, you deploy it, and maybe you even go live with this search implementation. I hope you don't go live with this implementation. Because as soon as somebody starts to use your search, you're getting really into problems. Well, you might ask why this is a problem. Well, first of all, when you got a DevOps team, they will probably call you really, really fast because the like operation in this query is not indexable. What happens as soon as you got a couple of thousands or tens of thousands of contents, every time you search, everything is searched with this like operation, and your database will maybe hold up, but at least your CPU will not be happy, and it's like having your own denial of service attack built into your site. Not that great. And worst of all, you go through all the pain and the results are maybe mixed. So yeah, not that good. So you get a task assigned to improve your search. And you do a little research and you start to come across something called the full text index. Nice. So what the name says is, well, it's an index, it's a database index for your full text. So basically you get the same thing as before, but with index. And this is basically available in all the larger database engines. And looks something like this. It's not that different. Instead of a like operation, you get this nice match syntax against your table, against the column you're searching with your search term, and there are even some modes that will handle some kind, I think in Postgres even some kind of stemming, or there's a little bit of magic inside, even reducing filler words and stuff. but it's definitely one really big improvement for your search. So again, you commit it, you push it, you deploy it. Toby, can you put the antenna somewhere else? Okay, so your search, you're finally done. The clicker's really great. Okay, Toby, can you hit, thanks. All for that sweet animation. Okay, so you basically have improved your search quite a lot. Your DevOps team is ready, and then maybe your QA department comes around and tries to search your search, and your search is not that great anymore because they do a very, very nasty thing with your search. They try to use it in German. And the German language is really, really not designed to be searchable or operable by machines in any way. So first, small, really easy fixable problem, but it's a problem you have to keep in mind, is we got those nice Umlaute. And technically, your Umlaute are different letters. And when you do not take care of it, when you search in your German database for Apfel, which means apple, you will not find your Äpfel, which are apples, just a plural, but they will not find each other. Depending on what your customer searches and what you got stored in the database, potentially you don't get any results because you used an umlaut or not. Easy fixable, but you have to keep it in mind. But your full text index will stumble across even worse things. We got compound words or compound nouns, or in general compound words. Everybody not German? In Germany, we got this nice little feature in our language where we can combine any arbitrary number of words together to create endlessly long, massive words that we can use instead of a single sentence to describe one thing very, very, very specially. So it gets really, really abstract. But to make my point, I will just choose a small sample. We got in Germany, we got Frischkäse, which translates to cream cheese. This does not sound like a problem yet. Well, like I said, Frischkäse consists of two words, the words frisch and the word Käse, fresh cheese. Well, still no problem. Well, your database, your full text index, will not find your Frischkäse when you're searching for Käse, because in most database engines, you're only got a prefix search and not suffix search, or even in the middle search. What that means is, when you're searching for Käse and your word starts with Käse, everything works fine, but as soon as the word cheese, Käse, is at the end of the word, there are no hits. You will not find your Käse. And how our language is structured, the most general word is at the end. So when you most likely are searching for a later part in the word, and your full text index will simply not find it. So another shortcoming of your full text index, the list is quite long, to be honest, you will not find your typos. As soon as somebody is entering something the wrong way, it happens. So maybe you just mix up some letters, or you straight up do not know how to write that word. For example, I'm going to look for cappuccino, and why I'm not getting any results. Well, we can try it again. Maybe I mistyped it, and I still don't get any results. And third time's a charm. This is actually how you write cappuccino. I was sure there was an H in it, but it's not. And to be honest, most of your customers will not try to search 3 or 4 times before getting any results. They will just straight up leave, or try it they will not try it 3 or 4 times. And well, they are used to your search to be that good to compensate for that. And well, that's like the end of your full text index. That's how it slowly starts to disappear. It's still great, it solves many problems, and you can fix all of those issues with different patches and patches and patches, but you will not fundamentally fix your full text index and how we implemented search so far. So, well, how do we continue? What if we could reimagine how search works? Currently, we are just looking for letters. We are searching for single letters we entered, and we take our letters, put them into our database, and searching for exact letters. But this is not how we humans work. We as humans, when we think about cappuccino, it's not cappuccino, it's not the spelling that comes into mind. When we think about cappuccino, it's more like we think about coffee, it's espresso with latte, and those are a couple of words that come in mind. We think about the semantics, about the meaning of that word. We do not think about letters, at least I don't think in letters. And when we got this cloud of words, we imagine we could just plot all of those words we all have in our language, plot it in a two-dimensional space, and maybe you got your coffee world in blue and your PC parts in red and, don't know, bike parts, whatever there is, and you just can plot it. And as soon as somebody comes on your site and says, I'm looking for cappuccino, and instead of searching for those letters, we could just say, okay, well, that's coffee, that's our coffee world. This right there, this is cappuccino. And when you're searching for cappuccino, well, if we can throw a circle around it and can say, okay, well, that's everything cappuccino. This is the most semantic, important things you want to have in your search results. So, welcome to my talk about vector search. We can now finally talk about vector search, because this is basically what vector search does, or at least what I want vector search to do. So, how do we continue from here? It's the year 2026. We have to use AI. There's no way around it. Well, we have to solve our problems with AI. But we don't have to use it, but this is the strong point of AI implementations we have. What AI really is great about, what it really is strong in, is natural language processing. So the process of converting our human language, what we say, what we mean, and converting it in some kind of mathematical model. So those words you enter, or your text, your documents, your books, everything in your database or on your site, we want that to be converted in some kind of mathematical thing that a computer can work with. And that thing is called an embedding. An embedding is basically a numerical representation of meaning, really abstract, I know, but it's basically transforming anything you give it, like words, document, probably also have seen a conversion of images or the code you write, and we want to convert it into vectors, a giant list of numbers, and that list of numbers we can then give the computer and say, okay, now find me something that is close to it, like give me a number that's close to 7. Well, that's doable by a computer. And the embeddings, those giant vectors, well, they are really large. We typically are talking about, it really depends on, on what you're doing, but they are starting from 300 dimensions up to thousands of different dimensions. And the more dimensions your embedding has, your vector, the more meaning you can store in that embedding, in those vectors, but the larger they get, and it's harder to compute, but you basically get the point. And that processing of generating those embeddings is basically plotting everything in a n-dimensional space. This is 2-dimensional. Your computer will probably use thousands of dimensions or hundreds of dimensions to sort everything into those meanings, in those chunks of meanings. So, nice. But how do I get those embeddings? Well, you probably have some kind of account or subscription or anything to already generate those embeddings. You can use it locally with Ollama, you can use Mistral, you can use Anthropic with Cloud or OpenAI. There are plenty of API solutions or on your local machine things. You can even train your own embedding model, basically, if you have time for it and the know-how and the hardware. But there are really, really easy entry. There's a really easy entry to those APIs, and you can basically embrace them. You don't have to do the hard work. And creating those embeddings is the hard work behind vector search. The rest is basically just implemented. So how do we implement it? Well, first of all, we have to create all the embeddings. Basically, we have to build up our search index, and what we do is, well, we got our database. We extract all the contents, we do it iteratively, so we get maybe one of our NEOS documents as inputs, we send it to the API, maybe you got your local Ollama running with some Qwen3 model, or you send it to Mistral, and you get your document, and it's converted into this nice vector, into this embedding. And then we got an embedding. Great. But to really build up some kind of search index, you have to store it. You have to store your embedding anywhere. But you have to store it in some kind of vector database. And this was the part where I struggled most when trying to implement vector search the first time, because I started to research and ended up in some giant open source libraries with page-long documentation on how to run it, Docker containers without any documentation, payments I have to do, registrations, please contact our sales, forms, which we all love. And luckily, I found something very interesting, and I hope you like it too, because you basically do not have to do anything to store your embeddings. I bet most of your projects using NEOS already can store your embeddings because, well, all of those three database engines already support everything. They got, maybe you have to upgrade your database, because we used to run MariaDB in version 10.11, I think, and vectors are only supported since version 11.6, but I never had any problems upgrading my database engine anyways, so just upgrade to the latest version and you get everything you need to build a vector search into your project. So the nice part is we got our embedding, and we just can put it back into our database and call it a day. This is how we create our search index. So what we have done so far to implement the vector search is we got our database, we got the content, we send it to, for example, Mistral. Mistral gives us the embedding, the vector, and we store it back. That's the first part of search. That's building a search index. The second part we have to do is, now somebody actually wants to search on our site, and what we do is, well, we do the same thing. We send a search request, the search term, we send it to Mistral. Mistral sends us the embedding, the vector, and what we can do, well, we compare the vector against the thing we already have in the database. And all of those three database engines, they already support vector search natively in SQL. So, well, that's basically implementation of vector search. I know it's a little bit underwhelming because it's quite complicated what you're building up, and the actual implementation is quite easy, but that's the charm of it, because you don't have to build up giant, complicated infrastructure around everything. It's a really nice solution, I think. At least I like it. So what we have implemented here is exactly that red circle around all of our search content, around all our content, which matches our the thing we wanted to search. Well, let's write some code. It's, as I said, not that complicated. All we do is basically we create a new table, we link it with maybe our content. It's simplified SQL, don't look too close at it. And then in our content embeddings table, we create another column to store our vectors in it. That's what this vector data type actually does. And you have to supply how large your vector will be. The disadvantage of this approach is basically when you switch your embedding model. For Mistral, for example, Mistral embedding model will always return an embedding with 1024 dimensions. When you're using Ollama with Qwen or something, you can freely choose how large your embeddings should be, but every time you change that, or even when you change the embedding service you're using, you have to remove all your embeddings, maybe even delete the embedding column, create it new, and based on that you have to create a new index. Yeah, so for your database to actually create the vector results, to do the actual search, we have to create an vector index. Don't be confused, at least IntelliJ does not support the vector syntax and function names right now. It basically just says you, no, I cannot do this, but it works. And what we do here is create another index like any other index with two arguments. We got this M operation, this M parameter, which tells MariaDB, MySQL, how the index should work. And you can tweak those numbers a little bit, but to tweak it, you have to understand what it actually does. Well, the vector index is basically just a giant graph you create. You're interconnecting all your embeddings together, like imagine it being plotted into two-dimensional space. You basically connect the dots. And the M parameter just tells your database how much connections you want for your embeddings. And this is really helpful for your database to perform efficient search. It avoids the problem of going through all your embeddings you have created for your millions of contents. You basically just pick one that's close enough, and then you look around which contents, which vectors are nearby. And you then can choose your M parameter. Lower M means less connections. It's faster to insert, but your results may not be that great, or you can increase your M parameter, means more connections inside your embedding graph. And you can play around with it. I found out that M being 24, so 24 connections per embedding is a nice sweet spot. When you got time, you can start to play around with it, but basically I found out 24 works nice and called it a day. So the next point is the distance. So which operations actually used to calculate the distance or store the distance between different embeddings. And there's Euclidean, and there are a couple of difference, but using cosine, basically you'll tell your database, search on how similar your embeddings are. You can also use Euclidean distance, which means it really calculates how close all dots are. But also I figured out that actually searching for the distance of those embeddings is not really efficient, not really good. You want to find things that are similar, not close to each other. So the similar the vector is, the direction the vector points, the closer the results are, and the better your search results get. So that's your search index built up, and then you just have to use the search index. There's this nice vector distance cosine function which you can use. You tell your database where your embeddings are stored. You tell your database which embedding you are searching against. Then you join your contents together, and well, we build a vector search. Nice. Sounds way too easy. Does it actually work? Yes, it does. So I tried it at our Sandstorm website. Don't ask why I searched for Klemmbausteine. It's the genre category of Legos. I have no clue where that came from up. But before implementing vector search, there were no results. As I expected, we usually don't play around with Legos. Okay, sometimes we play around with Legos in the office. After implementing the vector search, well, I found a nice blog post about the Lego League in Dresden. Klemmbausteine is the genre of toys that Legos are, and Klemmbausteine, Legos, they are really close to each other, so our search find the Lego League. Nice, it works, it's working. Another test was our Klima app. It's an app for your local community, and you get challenges. Yeah, it's a nice app. You can try it at least when you're in Dresden. But the real big problem of this app is, I think, is the name. It's when you say somebody, yeah, just download the Klima app. Nobody knows how to spell it. And before implementing vector search, there were no results. People started to come up with different writings, but magically AI, vector search, it solved our problem. Finally, Klima app comes up in really brutal writings of this name, and you get your results. Nice. Then we tried it in our Ökokisten. People frequently attending the NEOS conference maybe have heard of our Ökokisten project. It's basically some large white label solution for your farmer shop, or at least it's a giant shop where you can shop for groceries. And before implementing vector search, well, when somebody searched for cheese from France, Käse aus Frankreich, there were no results because nobody calls it Käse aus Frankreich. And after implementing the vector search, well, we finally get some results. So the people no longer need to search for Comté AOP 45% fat. They can search by the thing they want and not by the name they expect it to have. Also, when people try to write Gorgonzola, it's from our Matomo statistics. It's one of those words that get often misspelled. We finally can find Gorgonzola. Nice. So you might now ask, well, why are we not just simply using Elasticsearch? And it is a really good alternative, but to be completely honest, I have no clue how to use Elasticsearch. And when we look at some basic project from us, well, we got our web server, that's Caddy. You have to know how to configure Caddy. We get our NEOS, that's PHP. You have to combine Caddy and PHP. You have to know the Flow framework. You have to know Fusion. Then there's Redis, that's a database using SQL. Then you have got your SATS watcher, that's another language you have to be aware of. And then you also got Elasticsearch. It's quite overwhelming, and especially Elasticsearch comes with its own language. You have to think about how your data gets into Elasticsearch. You have to think about your data getting out of Elasticsearch. You have to think about your data not getting stale in Elasticsearch. Yeah, it's really much, it's a lot of mental load that's created with when you try to use Elasticsearch. I do believe Elasticsearch is a great solution for many projects when you know how to use Elasticsearch and you're willing to pay that increase in complexity. Well, yeah. So how does it perform? Well, the performance in numbers, well, for the first thing I did is calculate a bunch of embeddings. From our Ökokisten shop, I extracted 100 products and tried to create embeddings on my machine using Ollama with Qwen 3 on my M1 Max laptop, that's somewhere around there, and creating 100 embeddings in a single batch on my Mac was basically unusable. It took, especially when the caches were cold, it took like 5 minutes just to create 100 embeddings, which is ridiculously slow and not usable for production. Then I found a blog post telling me, well, don't ever try to use Mac OS and Olama using a Docker container, because all the nice performance improvements that come with your GPU, with your natural processing unit on your machine, that are all gone using Docker. Use it natively, and 10 seconds, over 3 minutes, that's a nice improvement. We also used another MacBook testing those 100 embeddings. We used some old server we had lying around from Hetzler, and we used a newer production server from us, which we happened to send around. And well, 32 seconds to create 100 embeddings, and you have to keep in mind that every time somebody uses the search on your site, you have to create one embedding for this search request. And when we talk about 32 seconds for 100 embeddings, it's okay-ish to have that kind of numbers waiting for a search. But then I used the Mistral API and OpenAI and Anthropic, and creating those 100 embeddings just took less than 1 second. And this is with the whole TCP connection building up, sending the request, then processing it, and getting it back. This is the reason why we currently choose to use Mistral for our projects. And it's even not that expensive. I have looked it up earlier. You're paying like 10 US cents per 1 million tokens. It's really cheap. We indexed the whole Ökokisten, one of those shops, and it's, I think, point something of a cent, which we had to pay to Mistral to create those indexes. The trade-offs, especially in performance, were not worth it to host it locally, but we will keep it in mind that you can host it locally when privacy is a concern, or you just want to, you basically just want to use it locally. Okay, nice. So we now know some strong points of vector search. You finally get results where before no results were there, but maybe some of you have already spotted it when I showed you the slide with the Gorgonzola cheese. Why is there a salami showing up? And the answer is, I cannot answer. The problem is, well, it's AI. It does magic, and the magic gives you some results, and first result, great. Second result, okay, cheese, maybe somewhere in the description, another cheese, but salami? And this is really the problem with, when using vector search. You can no longer explain to your customers why things show up in their search. Using traditional search with full text indexes, you really have a granularity in fine-tuning your search, where data comes from, which columns make up the result. But in this case, I simply cannot answer why you see a salami. So, yeah, that's bad. And one other problem with a vector search is, you might have also spotted that I limited the search results to the closest 10 things we found in our database. But the closest 10 things in the database can still be very, very far off. I tested it with just using my fist and hitting the keyboards, and you got some random strings. And still the vector search gives you results. Nice. They have nothing to do with the thing you entered, but you get results. We talked with a customer about it, and they have an online shop, and their answer was basically, well, I got a search, and it's always better to show them something than nothing, and maybe they will figure out, oh, nice, I did not know they have Gorgonzola in their shop. Now I know I can order it. Well, as long as it sells more products, I think they are happy. But that's something you have to keep in mind with vector search. And the big question with this large downside of not really having control over it, I bet you can fine-tune it, but it's really, really hard to fine-tune. And as soon as you switch your embedding model, well, you basically start from zero. And the big question is it worth it to use with this uncertainty on how it really performs? Well, of course it is. But when we played around with it and we tested it, it became clearer to us that at least for now, our question for what search you should use, the answer is use some kind of hybrid search. We started to implement hybrid search, where you basically combine both your full text index and your vector search, and you can combine the strong points. In the Ökokisten, we already tweaked the search over 3 years, combining different data and even searching for the name of the menu where the product is included and everything. And in those general searches, our search already performed really, really great, and we know how to improve it. But as soon as somebody mistypes or they try to describe what they are searching for, as soon as that happens, vector search and your full text index basically falls apart and cannot find anything. Well, hit up your vector search and you get a bunch of hopefully nice results. So the answer is use both. Thank you for coming and for listening to me.
Thank you, Alexander. I think this is the longest turnout of questions I have seen.
Oh no.
This is the last talk on this.
Is the microphone turned on?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, yes, it is, but
okay.
Hello, thank you, wonderful. Hi. So let's spend a bit of time and go through them. Someone commented, Gorgonzola and Salami both use Schimmel, which I guess makes sense. So I thought about that too, but I couldn't see the salami well, so
nice.
That works.
There's one answer.
That could work. So how does the LLM stay consistent when creating embeddings? As in, like if you create 100 embeddings today and then 100 tomorrow, they need to kind of fit into the same vector space. Yeah. So do these embedding models do that naturally, or do you need to do something for that?
Well, when you're looking at the size of the vectors, they stay the same, but I would bet that they end up in different spots in the vector space.
Right.
But we've tested it with the Ökokisten, and the search results did not really differ from time to time, even when re-indexing and clearing the database and filling it up again. So it was really consistent, as long as you're using the same embedding model.
Of course, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you mentioned how you use Mistral for that.
Yeah.
How does it work in practice? Like, what do you send to Mistral and what do you get back?
Okay, so we are using the batch API. There's a nice callback API from Mistral where you just send them an URL that they will call as soon as your calculations are done, and we send them a batch of. Okay, now I know where the question is heading. So we got this nice package called KissSearch, which is some search abstraction layer for your NEOS content, and that already comes with the text extraction from your node types and all of your data, and the process of linking the contents back to your documents. KissSearch already comes with that, and there's an API point to jump into this the indexing process of KissSearch. So basically, the process of creating the content you want to index was already done, and then for each content we just go send them to Mistral, and Mistral responds with the embedding.
Maybe interesting at that point. Could you combine local models with as a fallback? Like if you run Mistral locally and the provided one, would that be compatible? Have you tried it?
I have not tried it, and I don't know if the local embedding model of Mistral is the same as the host.
Okay.
But given those are the same models, they would work together.
Okay, cool. Can you say something about API costs in production?
We indexed our product database with, I think, 5,000 products with description and everything, and reindexing was like cents, points of cents, and running search queries is also really, really cheap. We have built some kind of cache, so especially when you got a web shop, you expect often search terms to be used and used and used again and again and again. So you can cache them and you can reuse them. You have to flush them as soon as the model changes. But to be honest, we have not rolled it out in full production mode yet. So I expect it to be like a couple of cents per month, but it really depends.
Sounds fair. In regards to full documents, like longer text,
Yeah.
How do you retain context when creating the embeddings to find the right thing in the end?
The best thing is to have your Neos documents to be really split up in different sections and different entries in text blocks. So basically, each block, you have to do it when you're editing the content. So when you're having one context, one thought, one thing, you have to have a good search. You have to put it in different text blocks. And then the embedding process only processes this context, and the vector search then will find that single document, that content node, and we would then link the content back to the document it was on.
Right. There's a couple of comments regarding additional topics. I think we can summarize that this talk was specifically about vector search. But there's a comment about prioritization, obviously, in the search results, which could be added on top, I guess, and also limiting the distance in the query to get less results with weird queries.
Yeah, I tried it, and especially we tried it on our Sandstorm website. And the problem I ran into it's really, really hard to define distance, because depending on what you're searching for, well, the distance can naturally be in a certain range. I tried to play around with some thresholds, but it did not really work yet. But maybe I will somewhere find a fix for that.
In your experience from what you implemented so far, do you feel that exact matches also are represented correctly in the results?
They tend to have a really strong score or a really close distance to each other, but they are not as good as you would like search for exact matches using traditional search or like a full text index. So that's the reason I recommend to keep your full text index search still in your project, because there the full text index simply performs better.
Right. And finally, obviously you started with the Frischkäse.
Yeah.
Does it work now?
Yes, it does work.
Fantastic. Great. So no Käse mehr if you search for Käse.
Yes, you can finally get your cheese.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you soon.
This marks our final talk for today on the studio stage. There's another talk on the center stage, and we will have more organizational details about the evening over there. There will be lunch, and afterwards the party and the awards in between. So you will get all that gist down there at the center stage. So see you down there and see you tonight. All right, lightning talks. I cannot stress enough. We want more lightning talks. And Anke is here right now. So if you don't know who to talk to, there, Anke. Thank you.
I don't want nothing at all unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. 'cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all.